Well, hello everyone. Welcome back to another live stream. It's Sunday morning, I guess. I'm back from vacation. I was gone for a little while, so we missed about, 3 live streams. And I know everyone's kind of freaking out, but I'm back and we have 3 laptops to work on, and 2 of them are not easy. I would say hard. I don't know what's going on with it, but so I hope everyone had a good vacation from my face. I know I still posted some videos while I was out of town, but no live streams. But so go ahead and vote. We have about 8 minutes left on the voting for that. Hello, everyone. Hello. How was France? It was hot. It was very, very hot. So I was in the French Riviera area, so it was South France. I was taking my daughter off to an engineering school for a month. We were just dropping her off. So she was actually in Toulouse is where we were taking her, but we stayed in a small town called Menton, which is near Nice. So it's in the French Riviera, right on the border of Italy. So we were able to spend a couple days in Italy, just going there for the day. And we took a boat over there, snorkeled, did stuff like that. Even went over to Monaco, went to the fancy hotels and cars and exotic stuff over there. Very expensive in Monaco. But anyway, yeah, it was fun. Still kind of tired. You know, you have to have a vacation from your vacation is how that works. Did I bring back souvenirs for everyone? I don't know. But yeah, I came back with a stack of laptops ready to be worked on. Some of them are problem childs from what I can tell. And so that's what I'm going to have to kind of address. Now, the 3 that I see here is we have one that freezes on battery. And so that one is kind of a strange one. So it's like on charger, it works fine. Right as you unplug the charger, it runs off the battery for a moment and then it will crash. Sometimes you can get it to kind of turn on and kind of boot a little bit, but anytime it starts trying to pull any current that's substantial, it does lock up. And did you buy a house in Monaco? Whew. Monaco is quite exotic over there. No, I did not buy anything in Monaco. We even ate and it was too expensive. But yeah, so the first one is that freezes on battery only. My tech tried a different battery already, so it's not a battery issue. The second one doesn't charge the battery, and I've seen that multiple times on these 18R1s, and they are very hard to deal with. 18R2s, M18R2s. And the last one is this guy's in chat. This is Tom. He's in chat. It's Tom what's his name? What was it? I wrote it down. Prefontaine. So if you see Tom Prefontaine in the chat, this is his laptop. He bought it. He's original owner from 2015. He said he wasn't even doing anything, and the machine shut off, and now it shorts the charger. So anyway, so go ahead and cast your votes on that, any of those things here. Hope you had a great vacation. Yeah, I did. And you know what? When I got back from my vacation, I had a hard time sleeping, and I know jet lag is one of those things that is normal. I've traveled plenty of times, so I don't understand why I had jet lag. But good morning, thank you, Daryl. Daryl just sent in $2 in. Welcome back, Nick. He's calling me Nick now. All right, Daryl. But yeah, so I only got a couple hours of sleep on the way back. I got a couple hours of sleep the next night, just tossing and turning. I got 2 hours of sleep Friday night, and then Saturday afternoon, I said, okay, I'm going to take a little nap. That's yesterday. I was going to take a little nap, so I laid down at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and woke up at 9. So I stayed up for a couple hours and then went back to sleep, and I was able to sleep for about 6.5 hours. And so hopefully my clock is reset. But watching from Jamaica, welcome. Hey, STL, thank you for the Prime sub there. Anything, Andrew, with BIOS? You love BIOS stuff, huh? Green juice today? You know, I should have some green juice. No, I didn't have time to go get some green juice. So, unfortunately, we're not going to have any of my sponsored green juice. I do have some black coffee with a little bit of honey in it. So I guess it's not black, but it's hot. Definitely hot. All right. So, what was I saying? Oh, I wanted to tell you. So. What happened on Friday night is I was driving home and my transmission on my Tahoe went out. And I just made my last payment. So it didn't go out all the way. I was able to drive home, but this is quite frustrating. So I get back and I'm having all sorts of different issues. And now I'm down to one car. I just dropped off my Tahoe at the dealer. Apparently, it's a Chevy Tahoe. It's a 2022, has a 10-speed transmission in it. Apparently, I was looking it up, and there's a very common issue with those 10-speed transmission having a what is it called? A valve body go out or something like that. And so basically the wheels will lock up on you. And so I was driving and it kept doing this thing where it was like seeming like it was trying to put the brakes on and just do boom, 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 boom. And I looked it up and yeah, so it looks like my transmission's about to go out. Welcome back. Glad you enjoyed your vacay. I'll see you on the next for the keyboard. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, and I want to show you what I'm going to do next week too, because I have something else I want to show you. Because, but let me finish my story about the transmission. So, anyway, so now it looks like I made my last payment. Now I'm going to have to get a new transmission, and it's 76,000 miles. So it's supposedly out of warranty. So I have a warranty, extended warranty I bought. So it's going to be gone for at least 2 weeks for a diagnosis. It'll probably be gone for 3 months, 2 months before they get the parts in and all that stuff. So I'm hunting for a little 4-banger with a little manual stick manual transmission, so I can teach my daughter how to drive manual. So that's what I'm kind of on the hunt for right now. So I'm looking at a couple of things. Hey, thank you for that. Nick just did a tier 1 sub for 6 months. Thank you, Gritty. Welcome back. Thank you so much. Hey, GT, 6 months, coolest fan member. Good to watch. Good to have you back. I've watched nonsense while you were gone. Well, hopefully you watched some of the videos I posted. Dennis, tier 1 sub for 3 months. Thank you. You've subscribed for 4 months, but it says 3 months. I don't know. I don't know how that works. But anyway, not many miles. Yeah, 76,000 miles for it, but I was looking it up, and they were like saying it's towing issues, and I'm like, I've never towed with this thing. So I'm hoping that I will get it free. That's what I'm hoping, anyway, because it's going to cost $4,000 to $6,000. I don't know. Wolfie just sent 5 gifted subs. Thank you for that, Wolfie. That is delicious. Thank you. I can always count on you for that. Durango got a Tacoma TDR Pro fully loaded. Nice. Yeah, the little 4-bangers I'm looking at, little cars I'm looking at are going to be, we looked at, I'm trying to get something cheap. So I'm talking like under $15,000. I don't want to pay a bunch of money for something. I'm not buying anything new. Lettuce Repair just resub. Thank you for that. And Dern just uses Prime Twitch sub. Thank you. Welcome back. 9 months for Lettuce Repair. 4 months for Johnny. 4 months. Welcome back. Thank you guys. You guys are all resubbing. Thank you. I guess I've been gone so long that you have to resub in order to keep supporting, I guess, huh? First time watcher for the live stream from Scotland, Davey. Thank you. I'm glad that you came. Get ready for some shenanigans. So if you've watched the kind of the restreams, then you'll kind of understand what we're going through here. But we have to mess with a bunch of stuff. I'm just looking at Twitch's poll. I don't have the polls on the screen here. Let me pull up the polls so everyone can see the polls. I gotta fix it though. Let's see. Polls? Maybe? Yeah, there we go. All right. So the polls are up. So look at this. Twitch, nobody on Twitch wants to see doesn't charge battery. Are you kidding me? I mean, it's a hard one. You guys don't get how hard it is to not have be able to charge the battery. Oh gosh, all these people are resubbing. Okay, sorry about that. What is going on? Hey, thanks for the fast shipping of the fan. No problem. Same day shipping for sure. Hank did a 6-month resub. Greetings. Thank you. Daniel, I just got my first motorcycle last Friday. My gift for myself for getting my master's degree and my therapy license. Well, good job. Wow, congratulations on that. That's a lot. That's quite the accomplishment. Master. You're my master now. Daniel's everyone's master now. Good job there, Daniel. Okay, so the polls have ended. It looks like that we have 75% says shorts out the charger because he's in chat. So we are going with that one for sure. Second place is going to be freezes on battery only, which is my least. I don't know what's going on with that one. I'm trying to think of what would cause that issue, but we will figure it out. We'll have to play around with it. So Did the Prime subscription because you mentioned it helps you out. It sure does. So anybody who uses their Prime sub on Twitch, it's free for you if you have Amazon Prime already. But what it does is it supports the streamer, and I think it gives me like $4 or $5 or something like that. So, it doesn't cost you anything. So it's always a good way of supporting me. We have a hype train, but it's not a hype train. It's a mythic train. How do we have mythic trains going on? I don't even know what a mythic train is. Well, that's on Twitch, by the way. Nerve just uses Prime Twitch sub. Thank you for that. I voted battery freezes. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. Is Doc here? I didn't even see Doc. Where's Doc? Should be allowed to start walking in about a month. Good job, Doc. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. That is awesome. Missing battery, missing voltage on the CPU possibly. On battery, well, it doesn't clunk off though. It's interesting, but it may be missing, because what I'm thinking is like it's either, because the way battery's tied to the main power rail is just, it's pretty direct. That's why, to me, it doesn't make sense. Because if you have we'll go over that when we get to it. Let's just do that, because there's a lot of thought process that we're going to go through. Mark, thank you. Welcome back. 10 pounds. Thank you. I voted for battery freezes. Hello from Sweden. Hello. I have Prime, but I can't figure out how to link it to my Twitch. I think you just log in with Twitch. I think you log into Twitch with your Amazon account. I think. I don't really know. I don't. I did it before at some point, and now it's working. But I'm sure AI will tell you the correct answer right off the bat. Do I have an AI story? I feel like I do. Oh, I do have an AI story. Let me tell you this real quick. Sorry. I know we're doing a lot of chatting right now. I'm sorry. This happens. This happens sometimes. But, okay. Because welcome back. I have lots of stuff to tell you. It's been a long time. Okay, so on my trip, whew, so my wife plans all the trips and plans the itinerary and all that stuff. Dean, thank you for your Prime Twitch sub, and T, thanks for the welcome back. And Scruff, thank you. Welcome back, bringing some pants. I got pants on. All right, so my wife plans all the itineraries, plans all the trips, and then us going to Monaco for the day was just on a whim. We were just like, let's do this. And she said she didn't have the bandwidth to plan it and plan where we're going to go and all this different stuff, right? And so I had the bright idea to ask, I think I was using ChatGPT, 5.5 probably. Anyway, I had the bright idea to ask ChatGPT. I said, look, hey, we're going to Monaco for the day. We can either take the train or we can take a Uber. And I have teenage daughters, and I gave them the ages. And I said, it's hot. We're going to be on foot. We don't want to be walking, and then we don't want to walk that much. So I wanted to plan a day trip to where we can go to different places, look at different things, go to different museums or whatever, go swimming, go down to the beach, and plan that out. And they said, great, here's what we're going to do. And it was all hyped up, and it was just like telling us all this different stuff. And my wife was like, wow, that's awesome. Tell Jeeves, thank you or whatever. And I was like, okay, from now on, you're called Jeeves. And so, because my wife doesn't use AI very often, so she was like, that it's kind of a joke to, call him Jeeves. Anyway, so from there on, he's like, okay, I'll call myself Jeeves. Well, he planned this itinerary, and he says you have to take an Uber into Monaco, but you can't take an Uber back out. You have to walk to the border. They don't have Uber there, so you have to take a taxi if you want to get to the border and all this stuff. And we could have taken a train. It takes like 15 minutes for the train. But then it says the train station's up the hill, and then the water's down at the beach, and then there's like all this walking and up hills and hot and all this stuff. Start repairing in 30 minutes. I will get there. I'm sorry. Anyway, so the AI planned this day trip based on what I told it, and it totally botched the entire trip, obviously, because that's what it does. It planned to go to Santa Monica, the Monte Carlo Hotel first, and to check out the casino, check out the cars, do all this stuff, and then go eat, and then go start planning us down to the beach. And then we had to walk back up the hill to the train station, which was exactly what I told him we didn't want to do. And then it was talking about walking. It's a brisk walk, 35 minutes to this one museum. And I was like, I told you already, we don't want to walk 35 minutes. We have teenagers. And then it says, oh, that Jeeves. Oh, and so the AI started blaming Jeeves for having all the wrong instructions. And it says, okay, we'll reroute your itinerary and change this stuff. And so throughout the thing, I kept saying, dude, what are you talking about? I don't want to walk that far. I told you I didn't want this. And he kept blaming Jeeves the entire time. So finally, I was like, my daughter was like, you need to change Jeeves' name to Spencer. So we changed his name to Spencer, and then the AI bot said, I don't blame you changing his name from Jeeves to Spencer after that itinerary debacle. I'm like, what are you talking about? You are the bot. What is going on here? It's like a third person. Needless to say, the entire Monaco trip was horrible. We ended up walking uphill for like 20 minutes to get up to the train station to take a train back, which cost $10, and it was just like a waste of a day. Anyway, so that was, I never trust AI. Yeah, it was like too good to be true. The itinerary was like, wow, this is boom, 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 boom. It took into account all the things I was telling it, and it didn't. So anyway, we will get to the repair now. I'm sorry. That was just my little rant here. Let me see if I can catch up on anything you guys were saying. Chat Jeeves. Chat GBT. That's pretty funny, actually. Oh my God, bad Jeeves. AI is wrong. 35 minutes is not a long walk. I know, but it was hot. See, and it was on uphill. So the thing is that it's not the length, it's the heat, because we're in a heat dome there, and it was just like the sun felt like it was just right there on our face. So, yo, Nate, oh, hey, yeah, wait, is this, yeah, how you doing? I'm trying to catch up with everyone. Nate, thank you for the Prime sub. Who else we got in here? It doesn't tell me a whole list of these people. Big, Prime sub. Here we go. Okay. Hot dude, you're in Texas. No, I know, but it's different heat. It was totally different heat. I'm telling you, it was different heat. I don't know. The French, they're not even used to heat in general, and it's hot. You know. Ask Alta Vista. That's what we're talking about. See, that's how I know how old you are because of Alta Vista. You just called out your age. Okay, are we doing repairs? Yes, we are. Okay, so we're going to start with the shorts out the charger. Now, this is a 15R2 laptop from, you can change the title, by the way. It's a 15R2 laptop from 2015, original owner. And the owner is in chat. His name is Tom Prefontaine. And so everyone say hi to Tom. And so Tom is the original owner, and he is hoping that we'll be able to save his laptop. Do we have a mod in there that can change the title? I don't even know. Do we even have any mods here today? I did not even notice that. This bottom has already popped off a little bit. Let me put some screws in here. Okay, let me change the title. Wait a second here. It's starting. Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls, aren't you a mod? Can't you change the title? I thought you are a mod. No mods? Jack's a mod now. Jack, I'm making you a mod. If I can do it. How do I do it? Jack. Add as moderator. Welcome, Jack, to the moderator club. Okay, so this is a 15R2 from 2015, and Tom is in chat, and it shorts out the charger. And Lead Farmer's here, so he's a mod too. Welcome, everybody. Jack's like, okily dokily, okay. I'm a mod now. Oh, setting title. Title setting. Set that title. Okay, we got it set. Shorts charger. Nice. We got it. We got it. Okay, so we don't know much more than that. All right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved. And this time we have an Alienware 15R2. This is a laptop from about 2015. Now, this was sent in by Tom, who's in chat. And he said that he wasn't actually doing anything on the laptop at all. It was kind of at rest, and the thing just shut off. No longer turns on, shorts out the charger when you plug it in. So something probably catastrophic on this, but we'll see if we can fix this. I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. Whew, out of breath on that one. That was a lot of words. So many words, so many words. All right, we'll get our coffee. Get our coffee, here we go. Oh, you just woke up 10 minutes ago? Okay, Let Farmer's here. Good thing I chatted for a long time. I just did my old Gabby Gab forever. All right, so first thing we want us to do is see if it turns on, which it doesn't. Look at this, he still has the brand new screen cover on this. This thing's like brand new from 2015. This thing is 11 years old. Well, I don't know where your hinge covers are, but you don't have hinge covers there. But we'll see if it turns on. It doesn't turn on. That's the, it shouldn't turn on. Now, because I was told it shorts out the charger, what do? Do we plug in the charger? The answer is no, because if you do plug in the charger and we do have something shorting to a CPU or GPU, that's it. It just ruins the stuff, you know, the more you plug it in. So take time for some coffee and some sausage gravy and some baked beans, right? You got to have the baked beans. So we're not going to plug in the charger on this machine because we don't want to damage anything. And so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the bottom, and we're just going to take some measurements on the main power rail. If we do see that we have some sort of short on the main power rail, we won't plug in. But if the power rail's clear, then we'll plug in. That's kind of what we have to do just to be safe. Hope we're going to let Doc be a moderator someday. When you're back 100%, Doc, you want to be a moderator? Do you really want to be a moderator? You want to be able to put people in timeout? It's the shorted Wi-Fi card. Scruff, time for some coffee. That's how we're doing it. Okay, shorted in the DC jack. I have never once, well, maybe one time, seen a shorted DC jack. Okay? I just want to tell you that. Okay, so my other tech had been looking at this already, so it looks like we have some sort of stuff already unplugged here. Santa Claus, yay! I hope you had a great vacay. I did. So let me we'll zoom in on this here. So DC jack's unplugged and the battery's unplugged. So I will just see if we can measure right here. There's not much you can measure on this because you have to kind of take it apart. That's kind of the pain on this in order to get to anything major. But we'll see what we can measure on here. Now, we have, this is where the DC jack plugs in. This is the battery. The bigger one's the battery, the smaller one's the DC jack. Now what we're trying to do here, just to make sure that we have it safe to plug in the charger, the test, is we need to get to the main power rail. Now, these inductors are right on the output of the jack. So when the jack, you energize, well, we're plugging the jack here. It energizes this with the 19 volts. Then it goes to these inductors. Those outputs are going to go to a couple MOSFETs, which are the protection MOSFETs for the motherboard. And so I don't see that I can access those, but this inductor right here should be on the main power rail, I would suspect. Because a lot of times it will go through these smaller ones first, and then go through a couple MOSFETs, and then have a main power rail inductor or coil. I call everything an inductor or a coil. It's just, I don't know the exact difference between the two. But we will see if we can measure here. Let me see if I can find a good ground. Where's a ground? You need a ground. You get a ground. You get a ground. Can't find a ground on here. It's too much plastic. Maybe right here. Right down this hole. There we go. Okay, got a ground. So there's no short here. So I'm in continuity mode, and there's no short there. And my meter is showing up here. What about here? So we do have a short here. And that's kind of what I was suspecting. So if we have a short right here, this is probably the main power rail. And, oh, I should close the boats down. I forgot about that. And so now we got to figure out exactly what the short is, or what the measuring of the short. And I'm seeing 0.4. Okay, Tom, that's not a good thing, buddy. Tom, we have a 0.4 ohm short on your main power rail. We can't plug in the charger because of that. So the only thing we can do is actually take apart the machine to proceed. And so when we're looking at 0.4 as our measurement on a short, on the main power rail, we use our thinking caps because we're trying to figure out what is causing that short, okay? So if we measure and we found a short that's almost zero, then we can say it could be a capacitor, which when those things short out, they almost short like a wire. If we have a short that's a GPU, it's usually going to be less than an ohm, so we're looking at like 0.3, 0.2 up to 0.7 or something like that. Johnny, let's go for 3 fixes today. Well, I hope so. Thanks for that donation there, buddy. And then if it's over, if we're right around 2 to 4 ohms, 6 ohms, something like that, it could be a CPU. We can have 11, to 15 ohms could be the integrated GPU, because the integrated GPU is going to be different. It's not as powerful, so it's not going to have as the same resistance. And then you start getting up from there. So I see people writing GPU. That's kind of what my brain goes straight to on this. So a shorted MOSFET on the GPU. Now that's usually a good thing. I mean, a good thing in a way where like it's repairable. So at worst case, the GPU is bad. Best case, we can just replace the MOSFET and it fixes it. But if the GPU is bad, then we can just disable it and the machine will still work. So it's a Dell, bro. All right, so I'm just going to pull these screws out. Oh, it looks like a lot of the screws are out already. Let me see, where are the screws at then? Tom, you already took this apart, I guess, huh? There's a bag of screws here. Are these your screws? Is that what you were saying? Oh, we didn't read the note. I just realized that. Yeah, here's all Tom's screws here. They took it apart already. And half put it together. Love it. Okay, so Tom's already been in here. So I don't have to use the words, it looks like somebody's been in here. But we're going to have to take it apart again. We have to get over to the motherboard, the top portion of the motherboard. There's the Wi-Fi card. The Wi-Fi antenna is already undone. Fans are already undone. All this stuff's already undone. Thank you. That's so much easier. All right, so the way these go together, they actually are... Did I not? I already did the intro. Dragon, you're killing me. Didn't I do an intro? You're making my brain hurt. Dragon Balls thinks I didn't do an intro. I just didn't show the notes. Because I'm pretty sure I did an intro. All right, so we're going to pull this off. It kind of clamshells together a little bit different than the other one. See, look at that. Oh, look, Dink says I didn't do one. Man, I feel like we're in some sort of like Twilight Zone episode here. There was an intro. Donut says, oh yeah, there was one, and you did it. It's funny if I don't even remember. But that happens. All right, let me pull this off here. Got that? Okay. So the way this kind of goes through drives me crazy, but this palm rest has to come off. It kind of sandwiches between, and then all these cables here have to go through the slot, and then we have a power button cable, light cable here that plugs in right here, and that's what we need. Anonymous just gifted a sub. Thank you. Ram, you have commercial-free viewing on Twitch for the next 30 days. Out of breath on that one. Yeah, that's the one I was out of breath on. And I've only done one, so I should remember that I did one. So I don't know why I didn't remember that I did one, but I think it's because people tell me things and I'm like, what? Really? Really? Is that really what's going on? It was a stellar intro. That's what it was. All right, so we have it opened up to the motherboard. Tom, this is probably as far as you got, right? You probably didn't pull the motherboard out. Now, we're probably not going to learn anything without pulling the motherboard. Oh, maybe you did pull out the motherboard because there were supposed to be some screws right here. I didn't know. I don't know. Well, Tom, we'll see. We'll just measure around quickly here. I guarantee that these MOSFETs are shorted, and I'll kind of explain why. But the way these laptops short out and kill themselves ends up damaging other stuff when it's trying to save its own life. So here's where our MOSFETs are that are after the DC jack. So remember we talked about where the DC jack plugs in. We have two inductors, then it goes through some MOSFETs. So here's our MOSFETs. I don't know which ones. It might be these two, it might be those two, it might be actually these together, those together, I can't remember. And then this is like the comeback MOSFET, the one that divides the battery from the main power rail. But I guarantee that one of these is going to be shorted across. Here we go. So if I measure across here, no short. What about this one? No short. Uh-oh. I guaranteed something that I'm wrong about. Nope. Well, that's good news. Well, I'm surprised it's shorting out the charger when you plug it in then. Interesting. You already found the issue, remember? I didn't find no issue. What issue are you talking about? I don't know the issue. And then these blow out commonly, but they're not blown either. What's going on here? Why is this not what I would think it would be? There's our current sense resistor. Okay, so if we measure here on the main power rail, which is on that current sense resistor, we should have a short. We do. Okay, so if we kind of go back, I think this plugs into the DC jack, then this. 0.1. That's ground. What is this? You know, I don't know this circuit. Here's our main power rail right here. How dare you? How dare those MOSFETs not be shorted? I know, I'm actually very surprised. So what I was trying to kind of say that was happening, and it didn't happen, so test the jack for continuity. That's a good idea. What ends up happening on these things, so these are supposed to shut off whenever when there's a short on the main power rail and then you plug in your charger. These are supposed to just shut off, okay? But sometimes what they'll do is they'll short on like a wire, so it'd just be like equivalent of having a wire here. And then it will start shorting the charger instead, but I'm not seeing that. So how can it short the charger then? I'm still not gonna plug it in. I'm still not gonna do it. But if we plug in, I think we're gonna have to pull the board and actually inject voltage, because I'm trying to think through a couple different things for you, but we can jump to straight voltage injection right now, but at 0.3 ohms and us injecting 1 volt, we're not gonna get enough current. We're only gonna get probably like 2 amps of current at 1 volt, and it's not gonna probably heat up enough. Now we can do it right now. Should we do it right now? Just to prove a point. I do these all the time to prove a point where you can't see what's going on here, even if we do the injection right now. But for science, we'll do it. Because I mean, it's not going to hurt anything me doing this. It's more of a waste of time is kind of what I was saying. But we are about wasting time sometimes. Pull the board doesn't take that much longer. I'm just going to plug this in real quick, and we'll inject voltage just for a second, just to kind of show people who were like, dude, you should just inject your voltage, bro. Are you one of those people? Who's out there who wants to do that? Somebody out there, I bet. Somebody wants me to just, dude, why aren't you doing that right now? The smartest thing to do is to do that. I don't know whose voice that is, but I just made it up. It's a good voice. All right, so there's our injection tool. Now, if we do this 1.5 volts that this thing defaults on, we will blow something up, so we're not gonna do that. So I'm gonna do 1 volt, or we'll do 0.8 volts. Okay, dude, dude, do that. All right, so I'm just gonna inject on our current sense resistor that goes to the board. See, we're only getting 2 amps at 0.8 volts, or 0.9. Now, what's gonna heat up with that? I can see something right there, actually. Do you see it? Right there. That's RAM. That's VRAM. Huh. Well, there you go. That's something new. So I'll put it on split for you so you can see it in split mode. Now it could be a MOSFET on the other side of the board too, but right now it's just kind of lining up with that VRAM module. Right here. See? All right. So we know we have some heat on the CPU side, so that was this right here. So when we're injecting voltage, I'm injecting on the main power rail, current sense resistor. It's gonna go, and that goes to all the different devices that are gonna power off the main power rail. And so something's getting warm here. Now there are probably some VRMs on the other side of the board, so the MOSFETs that power this is the GPU. Or it could be this actual module itself. It was a little bit diffused, so maybe it's not the module. We don't know. We had to pull the board. That's why it was a waste of time. Right, right. I want to hear a joke about sodium bromide and oxygen. Nah, bro. Cyber. That was good. Does anyone like that joke? That was a good joke. Oh, okay. Sorry. Back to the grind here. I have a car. Does it VRM or vroom? Vroom vroom. VRMs. What model is this? 15R2. It's written on the bottom of the screen there. Alienware. It's from 2015. We could probably add that to the title if we wanted to. Shorts charger. It's Tom's. Got all that information. SMH. That was a joke? That was a good joke. That's what it was. Nah, bro. That's pretty funny. Okay, so I'm going to pull this board out, and we'll see. So, and then people are asking for intros again. All right, new day, another laptop that needs to be saved, and we have a laptop that already did an intro on earlier, but some people missed it. There we go, 2015 unit. I love it. Was it good? Nah, bro. Will Celsius do? All right, so I'm going to pull this out. Tom, did you pull the board out or not? I don't know if I missed that. Or did you just get this far with it? It's the out of breath intro. The one breath intro. Tom did pull the board out. Okay, so Tom actually got all the way to the pulling the board out. And boy, were my arms tired. Shout out Mike, checking in from Florida. Tom just pulled out the heatsink, he said. Okay. Pulled the heatsink. This machine's really nice to you because you get to pull the screen off in order to pull the motherboard. Love it. Have you read the note yet? No, I have not read the note yet, so that would be something that we should do. You guys want to do, you want a note? You want the note? You can't handle the note. All right, so here's the customer's note. Tom is in the chat, so you can yell at Tom about all the words. Tom, you know I don't like words, buddy. This is like, I would say it's a plethora of words. You bought the unit, new, original owner. That's good. That's a good news. And the laptop was on, under no use, and then suddenly shut off and died. Charger brick cuts out. Charger will reset the laptop and immediately kills it again. Bam! Every single time you plug it in, it's like shocking the laptop to death. I want to kill the laptop. Yeah, you don't want to do that. So you fear it's the CPU. I don't think it's the CPU, Tom, because it's got 0.4. So we're good. I think you're okay with that. Original battery. Original battery doesn't hold charge because it's old, and they don't make them anymore. So, is that good? Did everyone read all those words? That's a lot of words, buddy. Tom, Tom, Tom. Tisk, tisk, tisk. You have to break it into bite-sized chunks of words. Too many words. Words are hard. Words are hard. Yeah, I got my shirt, Words Are Hard shirt from Jack, our newest mod. I have not worn it yet. Need to get it washed still. Too many words. I'm not here to read a book. I'm here for repairs, I tell you. Although I read 3/4 of a book on my vacation. I need to finish it though. Nothing worse than reading a book on your vacation and then getting back and then not having time to finish it. And then you're like, what did I waste all those words for? That was a lot of words to waste. I got the summary. All right, and the screen is off. Okay, so we got to take the screen off in order to pull the motherboard, which is the best design ever. Whenever I'm thinking of designing a laptop, I say, let's see if we can pull off as many parts as possible before we can take the motherboard out. All right, and the motherboard is out. And if you wanted to just change the thermal paste, you have to pull the motherboard. At least you can change the fans, maybe. Can you do the fans? Nope. You can't even change the fans without taking the motherboard out because the screws for the fans are underneath the fans. Engineering is hard. I'm telling you. But the motherboard is out. All right, so we're going to go ahead and pull the heatsink off too because we need to be able to see underneath it. And I'm going to use my speed drill here. Zum zum. My dentist drill. Does someone want me to drill their teeth here? I'm going to ask for an intern to read it out loud. That's what I should do, right? But it needs to read it in a nice cadence. And then I need to stop and then be able to reflect. Every 5 words, I need to stop and reflect on those words. But you save 25 cents. All right, and the heatsink is off. Original thermal paste. This stuff is nice smudgy. I don't know if that's a word. Clay. It looks like clay, kind of. So when it gets dry like this over the years, I want to collect it and make a little clay figurine, a little alien head, thermal paste clay I mean, ugh, look at that. Look how dry that is. Nice. Anyway, so we got that off of there. All right, so with the heatsink off, then we're going to be able to access the GPU, which, again, we saw it heating up right here. So if we flip it over, we have another VRAM module here. We don't have VRMs over here. So I think we are in the VRAM module land. That's interesting. Interesting. Huh. I would have never thought that. Huh. Okay. Something new. Something new. I'm going to take his RAM out. We need note reading with alien music. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you there, Cyber. All right, so we did see some heat here, or we saw some heat here. We don't know if it was heat on either side. Now, there's a VRAM module on either side, so one of these modules are probably shorted. Now, the way that these GPUs work is they have their own VRAM, or video memory, and then you'll have the integrated graphics will use the memory of the actual just regular DDR4. Now, we're going to have a power rail that powers the VRAM, which these are the VRMs for the GPU itself. Right here, and these are actually just dual MOSFETs. If I can get my thing in focus here. So these are just dual MOSFETs. You have a pair of them, and then there's outputs to some coils, and so then that's what powers it. So we have 3 power phases that power this. Now, where is the power for these? Is it this? It's right next to the CPU. Do you think that this is the VRM for the VRAM? It's just 3 gigs of VRAM. You can do a small model, AI model on there. That we can ask how to fix this itself. So do we think this is it? Do we think this VRM is shorted over? It's 0.4. So if we measure, these are CPUs, right? So we got 2.6, 2.8, right? So this is the output of a power rail that I would suspect maybe comes over here, but and I am measuring about the same. Now, here's how you can figure it out. Here's how you can figure out if this is tied to where it's shorted, meaning that this chip right here is shorted, or this is shorted anyway, but maybe it's just heating up those because this is shorted. So we may have a combination of things going on, but what I want to do is instead of tying my one side to ground, I'm going to take my ground probe and I'm actually going to tie it to the main power rail, which we'll just choose that as right. Let's see, where's a good main power rail? I don't see it. Should be right here, I think. Nope. Where's the main power rail? Not there. Usually it's a good big track right here. I don't see it. Is it here? There he is. Okay, so here's our main power rail right there, feeding that MOSFET. So now if I measure on this, which I could do it on any of these here. So I'm going to reference that as my ground instead. Oh, I just scratched it, sorry. And then now I measure it here, and it should be 0. Basically, it should just jump across and end up being zeroed out. What is going on here? I can't get a good pressure sense. There we go. So you see how it's actually lower. So anyway, my whole point is that what I'm trying to figure out is what's actually tied to our main power rail. So our main power rail comes to this point here, and then it ends up going through this MOSFET, which is probably shorted, coming over here, which probably has a shorted component here because now that it like ended up sending the full power rail over there. We can inject voltage now. I just wanted to kind of point out that. Now I'm thinking that we probably just have a short across this MOSFET anyway, so it's not going to be super helpful in general until we take that MOSFET off of there, but we can inject the voltage again. 0.8 is not going to cause any issues. This VRAM will run at probably 1.2 volts. No, I don't know. What does VRAM run at? 1 volt for DDR5X, 1.05, something like that. I don't know. I can't remember. No remember. But I'll inject it again here. Puts the LM on the CPU. We'll just run some CPU LMs. All right, so we'll inject right here on the main power rail, which I'll just do that portion right there, which was easy enough. All right, so we see, oh, that VRAM module is on fire. That module's on fire. Wow, that's crazy. All right, so it's this module right here that is burning hot. So this thing is completely shorted, so we're going to put an X on that. So we'll need to replace that VRAM module. Now, does that mean that our... I'm trying to figure this out. I feel like this is still shorted right here. What do you think about that? Yeah, we remove the module and see if that resolves it, but this should not be tied to the main power rail anyway, right? So if I was measuring across this, there should be no way of getting over here. That should not happen. So this is no good too. So we're going to replace that, and we're going to replace this. And then you got a brand new laptop. Brand new, brand new. It'll be all fixed up. All right, that's our game plan. Any ANSCrew BIOS chips yet? What do you keep asking about this for? I'm kind of confused about that question. I've seen it in there a bunch. Let's see if we can understand that. Good morning, Sven. No, not morning here, but it's 16:50 in Norway. So what is that, 4 in the afternoon or something? And or almost 5. Row, 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 don't go home now. Hot glue the BIOS. Oh, okay. All right, we're going to pull off. I'm going to have to pull these things off and see if it resolves all the issues here first. Got a question. What phone do you have? I have an S22, Samsung S22. It's getting old. But Androids. I've never owned an Apple. Yeah, everyone light their candles. They're 559 candles. All right, but I'm going to start by pulling this module off, and I'm going to pull off this. I mean, I guess we can do this one first and then measure here, but I guarantee this is still shorted across over here, but I'll probably resolve the measurement of 0.4 as being the short, because 0.4 is too low. Now, the issue that I would think that we might have is we still have a short. If this says 0.4, then it might be shorting over to the actual V core, which is here. What's this measurement on here? Oh, it's 7. Okay. This GPU is a 7 ohm GPU. That's crazy. How's that possible? It's a 16E GTA1. Is that 1060? Or 960? 980? What is that? You have an S10 Note, and it's still powerful. I have an S10 right here that I use for my chats and stuff. I still have that, and I have an S21 over here for my thermal camera. Okay, quit Gab and just take these chips off. Okay, so we're gonna start by taking this thing off. Now this thing needs a little extra heat. I usually would heat it from the bottom with a preheater, but I'm not gonna do it. Not gonna do it right now. We're just gonna get this guy off of here. Although I might need to do that actually, because there's a chip on the other side too. Darn it. So let me put this on a preheater actually. Darn it. So it's a 970. It's a 970. Okay, so it has a 970 GPU. I don't want to end up messing this up more, so we need to preheat it, bring the whole board up to temperature. That way I don't have to heat it tons. So let me grab a preheater. The problem is that if I just heat that one section up, it's hard to get it hot enough in order to get all the balls to melt properly. And then if we do have any kind of flexure on the board from it heating up in that one area, and because we have a chip on the other side, then it can make that other chip on the other side of the board come unsoldered more or less, or not seat right. So I don't want to deal with that. What would do that? Well, it's just, I think what happened was, if I just kind of played it out in my own head, would be that the VRAM power supply or MOSFET shorted, because that just happens with heat and time or whatever, and then that shorted and blew out one of the VRAM modules. Now, we could take it off and it could still have like a chain reaction of issues after that, for all I know, but we're going to just start by just doing these two items. So this is just a cheap little preheater. You can buy them for, I don't know, not very much. It's a 853A. I bought a little add-on here where I can actually hook my hot air station to it, or you can sometimes buy it with that thing on there. I think these things are sub $100 US. They don't work that well because they don't have a big surface here, but it's enough to actually get it heated up enough for what we're doing here. So I'm just going to try to get this more or less centered under the heater, and I'll flip it on. And heating this thing, I'll just set this thing to like 300 degrees. It's not like it's going to get the board to 300 degrees, but it will heat the board up, and then we can start heating from the top. So you can preheat it in an air fryer for 300 to 350 for 10 minutes. 350 is a little hot. If you get the board to 350, then you're screwed. The board, you do not want to get the board. I usually get the board to like 180. That's kind of, and then I'll bring the rest of it up, because 220 is when these chips are going to start falling off. Although I've found that some of these older boards, I don't know if they use unleaded solder or lead-free solder, and so therefore it does melt at a lower temperature. So kind of something to think about. But all right, so that's heating up right now. What are we going to talk about? What are we going to talk about while we're waiting for this? Can you sometimes find samples for $30 to $50? Oh, you guys want a preview of something? We got enough people here, 786. Okay, so while this is heating up, we're going to divert for a second to what next Sunday's stream will be about. You guys ready? You guys, hopefully you guys are going to get excited for this. All right. I've never worked on one of these in my life, but I just won this for $100. This is a pre-Dell Alienware, and it says it's for parts or repair. So this is on its way. It should be delivered this week. I don't even have a charger for it, so I'll have to make a charger. But their notes are pretty funny, because it's like, Alienware Area 51M gaming laptop, 17.3 inch with the HDMI connectivity. The laptop is perfect for immersive gaming experience. Laptop brand is known for productivity and high quality gaming products. This laptop lives up to its reputation. So it's like he took the advertisement from whenever it was sold. But whether you want the parts for a repair or salvage the parts. So anyway, I think it would be pretty cool, right? Yeah, and I should get it fixed up and send it over to Andy over there at Salem's Tech Experts and have him add it to his collection, huh? Ever worked on a non-Dell before? Nope, I've never worked on it. Never worked on an Alienware that's pre-Dell, and then I've never, really worked on a non-Dell machine. I worked at repair shops before I started this shop, so I worked on tons of stuff prior to that, but that was like the late 90s, early 2000s where I was working on anything before I started this place, but too many words in the descriptions. Oh, anyway, that's gonna be cool. So that should come, and then, but the thing is, like, I don't have a charger for it, so I'll have to make a charger somehow. I'll have to figure out exactly. It says it needs like a 180 or something. I can't remember what I was looking for. Everything labeled as gaming is ridiculous. Ridiculous, man. So I'm gonna keep this. Are you getting low on toothbrushes? I have. No, I'm okay. I'm okay, Daryl. I think I still have enough. Daryl sent me, here, I think, I have some packs here. Yeah, like Daryl sent me about 200 of these toothbrushes. And so I go through toothbrushes. I maybe use a couple toothbrushes a month. So I do have pretty good supply of these. But what I started doing was doing autographed toothbrushes. So I sign them and then ship them out to people. So if you order something on our website, you just ask for a toothbrush and you can get an autographed toothbrush included in your package. So you just order something, and then a lot of people just buy like PTM 7950 and be like, I want a toothbrush, and then you got it on there. But if you're buying anything else Dell or related, then it works. You bought an Alienware in 2006. So Eclair had one of these before. Okay. So you have a pre-Dell an M9700. So which one is this one that I just bought? Does it tell me what model it is? Ah, right here. So it's an M3450i. M3450i. Okay. I don't know what that means. Don't know anything about it. Used toothbrushes? No, not used. Let's see. Cool. What souvenirs did you bring back from vacation? Just the souvenirs that my kids brought back, actually. I didn't bring back anything. Maybe a sunburn? No, I didn't get a sunburn. But yeah, we always buy a little stuff around the house. Not too much stuff there, though. Scruff, thank you. Still letting this heat up. That's why it's taking a little bit of time. It's getting there. I can feel it. You do the old, did it burn my finger touch? It's probably a third generation. Okay, so 2006, Dell bought it in like 2007, I believe. The sunburns are memorable. It was hard, man. It was hard to keep the sun off you on these trips. I am sure. If you want to ask a question, go ahead while we're waiting. Well, can't be super detailed, but go ahead. What do you got? Refrigerator magnets. Yes, we definitely brought back refrigerator magnets. That's what you get. And you got a little tote bag. And because we're in the limoncello area, so we got some limoncello. What a strange barbecue channel. That's basically what we're doing here. Sven, Norwegians are rowing home now. Really? Row your boats. Okay, Boeing then. They fly airboats. It's a fantastic time. Cheers. Thank you there, Sven. You're so ridiculous. Okay. Where's the question at? Where's that question at? I don't see no question. Okay, so Dragon Ball just posted what the model was. So it's a Core 2 Duo. Love that chip. Great chip. T2300 1.66. I have some of those that we can upgrade if that is upgradable, or Core 2 Duo. So we will be able to upgrade the GPU, our CPU, if it is modular, which is awesome. RAM-wise, that probably takes DDR1, I would assume. Upgrade the VRAM. Oh, I don't know about upgrading the VRAM, bro. Because I don't know exactly what it takes to do that, like whether you have to change something. I won't even remove the toothbrush from its bag. It will ruin Nate's signature. I put a piece of like tape, clear tape over the signature so it shouldn't like mess up, hopefully. The original Area 51, often preferred as 51, M51, officially launched in January of 2019. Okay, so Trey is posting something. This is what Trey posted here. This is interesting because this is an AI answer, right? Because 2019 is not correct. It's confused or something. Yeah, it was a 2006 machine. That's what I think it is. My first RAM was Core 2 Duo, and it has DDR1, I believe, which I should have some DDR1, but if it has DDR2, then we can put a little bit more stuff in there. Want to learn. What is the job of the PCH? Okay, the PCH, interesting. Okay, so the PCH is going to be this is the chipset here, PCH. Now, the way that I like to think about it is PCH is the CPU that runs the motherboard, and the CPU is the CPU itself is the CPU that runs the software, right? So this right here is communicating and running all the different things on the board, starting up different things and controlling the motherboard itself. So think about it more or less as the CPU that runs the motherboard. You have an EC chip, which is the embedded controller, and that's a little microcontroller, and that's the one that starts the motherboard. So you have to have that to start the motherboard, and then that also handles keystrokes and all that stuff. And then the chipset communicates with all those other chips to make sure everything's good. So, okay, this is probably hot enough now. The Dell laptop auto starts after plugging in 220. This should not be. Certain machines automatically start, so I don't know what's going on there. Anonymous just did another gifted sub to Mr. Poole. Thank you. Let's see. All right, so I'm about to take this off. Where was the guy with the question? Where's that at? Where's the guy with the question? Oh, that's the one you're asking. Oh, sorry. Dell laptop starts. Okay, so that, I don't know what that means. That doesn't make sense to me. Starts only on 220. You shouldn't even be plugging. I mean, your adapter is 220 versus when you plug it in the 115 or 120 or whatever in 220, the adapter doesn't care. It's still going to output the same voltage in DC current, so it shouldn't matter. So I don't know the answer to that. That's kind of a weird one. 128 megabytes of integrated. Okay, so that's going to be on the CPU itself. All right, let's pull this VRAM module off. This board's hot enough now, so the purpose of preheating it is to kind of bring the whole board up to temperature in this area. So I'm not just like blasting this one area with heat. That'll make it a little bit easier to pull off our VRAM chip. And let's see if I have, this is my VRAM puller. Let's see if I have this. Sausage and gravy is done. Get to the breakfast table. All right. All right, here we go. So we're going to go ahead and pull this thing off. Now you can see how hot it is at this point. So the board isn't all the way to, it's at 100. Okay, so the board's at 100, even though I have this down here set to, I have it set to 300, and it's saying it's 195. And then the actual chip itself, it says it's at 100. Now, I don't know how accurate all this stuff is for reading that, but that's what we have it at. Yep, it's hot. All right, so I put a bigger tip on my hot air station because I need to be able to heat up a wider area. And I am going to go with 450C. I am going to use the 559. This is the Whiskey Tango blend instead of the RA blend. But now we can get on it. Is this in focus? Kind of. It's kind of in focus. Here. It's hard. I have a hard time getting it lined up so I can see it. Okay. Should I unplug the battery before I do this? Yeah. I don't need to unplug the battery. All right, so I'm just kind of heating it up. We're going to add a little bit of flux here. This will just help the solder flow when it melts, and it will keep the balls in the right orientation, which doesn't really matter because we're going to reball the chip that we're putting in here. But all right, that looks good. Now the odds that we have some sort of more damage than just this chip is pretty high. The more I'm thinking about it. I don't have my air on. Hold on, let me turn my air on. So I'm thinking that we had a catastrophic short on the VRAM power supply, which caused 20 volts to go straight to this. I heard a cracking noise. Did y'all hear that? It just went pop. So I don't know what that means. Oh, this is already loose. Cool. Ooh, getting more crack sounds. Okay, we got it off of here. I don't know if this thing was cracking or not, but I heard some like popcorn sounds. Not popcorn, but crack. Crack. All right, so while it's still hot, I'm gonna remove the extra solder that's on here because we're gonna put a fresh balled chip on here. We're gonna be reballing this area. I've never done a clean pull on a big chip like this. A clean pull would be where you pull it off and leave equal solder balls on each side. But, so if we just add leaded solder here, which I kind of believe that this is leaded already, but who knows. Sounds like demolitions, little tiny demolitions blowing up. Shoot, great, just dropped my cutter. Just drop the cutter. All right, so we're gonna suck this off of here. So all I'm trying to do is just get it as flat as possible, and so when I install the new chip, it doesn't, I want it to sit evenly. All right, satisfying. Nice. I hope the board isn't bubbling, but I think it was actually the chip itself cracking because these things are floating on an array of balls, and the chip was already shorted out, so it probably had some cracks in it. Someone say something? Ohm the chip before you, yeah, let's do that. I'm just going to clean this off, and then I want to ohm the area, and so we can kind of figure out where we're at now. Okay, so that's good. All right. So get that nice and clean. All right, so that's all ready to install a new chip. So now let's measure the resistance right here. And we shouldn't have that resistance anymore, that 0.4, I believe it should be gone. So now we're at now we're at 5, 7, 5, 7. So we're at 5 now, 3. What's going on here? The board's hot though. It sure is moving around a lot though. 3. So it went from 0.4 up to 3. It's still not right, I can tell you that. Let me grab another board. I just want to show you. So what I'm thinking here is that we should be around 20 to 30 ohms, don't you think? The Black Horse wick is not made by Black Horse. He doesn't sit there and braid it all day. You're right, he doesn't. But he sources a good wick, right? That's what he does. That's pretty funny. Anyway, the VRAM, let me see if I can grab one of these boards. The VRAM, I gotta find the right chip. Should be 20 to 30 ohms, I believe. Let's see, what chip is it? Or what board is it? All these boards look kind of the same. I have stacks of them here. But I know that they're a certain generation. Okay, this is the wrong generation. See, the chips look different. If I look here, you see the CPU is square versus rectangular. So I think it's a generational thing, and you can also see the chipset's different on these. So I got more of these boards. Is it still short? I mean, it is still short, and the main power rail is probably still shorted to that other rail. That's what we're going to try to fix. Okay, here's one. Okay, so here's one that matches. And here's another one that matches. Okay. So I'm going to go with this one right here as our donor, because I already have stolen parts off of it. Gentle. Okay. All right, so what I want to do, God, I wish this thing was not on my desk right now. It's like, he's off the rails again. All right, so it's a pain whenever I have things on here, but I need this thing to stay warm because in order to install the new chip, so I'm just going to push it up out of the way right here. And just get this wire out of the way. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to measure to see what we're supposed to have on a VRAM power rail. That's what I'm trying to kind of point out here. So we're going to measure this coil. And we should have 150 ohms. See that? So we have lots of problems. Lots of problems. So, all right. So if we still have 3.5 ohms on that power rail, first we're going to need to resolve that other short, I can tell you that. So right now we have it tying across here. I'm just going to use this as a prop because the other one's still in the preheater. So right here, if I measure across the input of this to the output of this, this should not have a measurement at all. Okay? And we got nothing. Okay? But what we're getting on his board is we're getting 0 right here. So that means that this thing is shorted across here. So I have to replace this to fix that. But when I measure here, I'm getting 150 ohms, which is a lot. And what we're getting on his board is we're getting 4 ohms or 3.5 ohms. We were getting 0.4 because this module was shorted. Well, we took that off and now it's 3.5 ohms. So now we have something else shorted. One of these other modules are shorted, or the GPU shorted itself. So it's a cascading, yeah. It's gonna be a bad one. It's gonna be no good. But we're gonna have to kind of trudge on. So what I'm thinking we need to do is probably take off that one MOSFET for the actual powers it. That way we can separate the board from the main power rail, from the VRAM power rail. Because I guess if I measure right now, we're gonna have a short still on the main power rail, but it's gonna be 3.5 ohms now. So we can check that. Where can we check that? Oh, we'll check it over here on that one coil. Yeah, see, 4 ohms is so now the main power rail is shorted to 3 or 4 ohms, but it's shorted through that coil still. or through that power rail. So we're going to replace this little chip right here. Quick like. We'll do it fast. Am I confusing anybody? I don't feel like I'm articulating that well today. I feel like I got more sleep lately, but in the last night, but I don't know if I'm articulating very well. So let me know if I'm being very, very just like hard to understand. All right, I'm going to pull this off. This guy is shorted right now as kind of a wire. We need to take him off and get him replaced. Nah, you're good. You can tell I'm not as sharp as I normally would be, but just kind of go with me on that. All right, so I'm going to heat this up. We're going to take this guy off, and then that should relieve the main power rail short. Now, after that, then the board should just turn on and work. Okay, so this is kind of our fallback plan, is that we take this guy off, and the board will still work. You just won't have that GPU. All right, so we have that off of here. So now if I measure this, we're still going to have our 3 ohms here. Well, now it's 1 point something. It's even lower now. But we are hot, so I'm not really that concerned with it. But now we should not have a short on the main power rail still. Do we still? Wait a minute. Uh-oh. It's all good, homie. Scruff. You're so funny. Okay, we're still, my theory is not right. What is going on here, people? Do we have another MOSFET on the other side of the board? We do. All right, so look at this. Can I show you here or not? I don't know. Here, I'll do this on this side. There you go. So we have, where's it at? So here's our MOSFET we just took off right there. Look at the other side of the board. There's another one right there. So there's a pair of them, a pair of dual MOSFETs. So I just took off that MOSFET and it's still shorted exactly the same as it was. Okay, so this is still shorted to here. And so it means it's the MOSFET on the other side of the board that's actually bad. Raw dog. Raw dog. Ruh-roh. All right, so we're going to find the other one. Which is right. Where is it at? We're out, Val, right there. Trying to get this lined up here. Like, I don't need this preheater on here in order for me to take this off of here, but I need the whole board to be hot so we can put the new VRAM on there. All right, let me take this one off. All right, so once we get this one off, then the main power rail should actually have the correct measurement, and the board should just turn on and work. And that's our fallback plan. Okay? Now if I measure this, then I'll know what I'm talking about. Prior to this, I didn't know what I was talking about. Okay, now the main power rail is good. And this is the output over there, and that's measuring 0.26 or 2.6. Our main power rail is measuring 220 ohms, which isn't correct, but the board is hot, so I'm okay with that. Hot air ASMR. All right, so let me put a new MOSFET on here. Or, here, it's hot. Thing's hot. What should we do? What should we do? What should we do? Kind of want to, let me talk to my brain trust for a minute. Here, you guys come in for a second. All right, so the board should work. That's kind of what I'm thinking. So should we turn the board on and make it work? And see it work and see it have picture? And then try to fix the GPU? The main power rail is good to go. Fire her up. That's kind of what I was thinking, is to see if it's working right now. Because we're gonna go down the whole rabbit hole of replacing those two MOSFETs. But if we're having a measurement on the GPU right now, or the VRAM of 5 or 3, I don't know what else is shorted. So we're going to end up having to replace all these VRAMs. It might end up being the core itself. It might end up being a lot of other stuff. So we have to kind of think about where we want to go with it. We want to verify that the board actually works. So I'm thinking just turn it on now. Fire her up. So that's what I'm gonna do real quick. We're just gonna fire her up, make sure we get a happy little picture. We just won't have a GPU. We just won't have the 1070 or 970, right? It was a 970. Finally, you're back. I'm back in full effect. Yep. For science. All right, for science, we're going to do this. All right, so we took these 3 chips off of here, and the board should turn on now. Let's see if I can find the heat sink. Now, I'm not going to replace all the old spoogey stuff that's on here until we are ready to finish it up, because we don't want to end up wasting a bunch of good thermal paste. Good thermal paste. Hello from India. For science, I tell you. For silence, for sentence. Intermission in church. You're just popping in for a second? Well, hello there, Dave. Dave has made it. The iconic DIY Dave is in the house. I thought you were in the house of the Lord. He's already you're already done, huh? So right now we're working on an M15 or a 15R2 that automatically or suddenly shut off, started shorting the charger, and no longer would power on. Original owner, and we figured out that there was a short on the VRAM module and the VRAM power rail, and so we replaced those or took those components off of there. So the board should actually fire up and work, but I'm suspecting our GPU is going to be toast. So we will see. Dave's not here, man. Oh, Dave is here. He has made it. Putting the ground wire on ground. Using the probes with the diode mode, something like that. 1 volt is telling you the 1 volt where the short will be if it's only 0.5 volts. For some bourbon. Thank you. I do need to restock some bourbon. We'll be putting ground wire on ground and using the probes in diode mode. You know, that's interesting. I actually thought about that. Yeah, so diode mode does inject voltage, 1.3 volts. And I think it's never hard, there's never enough voltage to burn out anything. But I know what you mean. Yeah, because that's what I was like thinking too. I was like, doesn't that damage stuff? Wouldn't that like damage stuff, man? No, it's nothing to worry about. I've never damaged anything doing that. All right, where's my screwdriver? Beautiful screen. This is beautiful. Will we get picture? I don't know. So what do we suspect's wrong with this one? So this was bad, one of the VRAM chips, and then the power rail that powers that VRAM chip is bad. But now that I've removed that VRAM that's bad, there's still a resistance that's lower than normal, which means there's other things that are bad in the VRAM area, which is the video memory. So the problem is we're going to be chasing our tails trying to find all those issues or what's causing that. And so right now I'm just verifying that the board actually will work without even hooking up the graphics card at all. So that's kind of what we're waiting on. And it takes a second to do that. And I'm not going to hook up the keyboard and all that stuff. I'll do an external keyboard. That way we have something to control it with. All right. I see picture. Who sees the picture? All right, here we go. So we got it set up. We have our DC jack plugged in. We have our current meter ready. We're about to plug it in. So before it was shorting out the charger, we didn't want to try even plugging it in. So now it's not going to short out the charger, right? Get ready. 3, 2, 1. Okay, we did not get a pop. We did not get a short. The machine is still on, or the actual meter still on. I'm going to power it on. Press the power button. And we do have current getting pulled now. So 1.4, 1.5 amps. You actually see the current going up there. Now, Kind of the idea here is this is just a quick test to figure out if we can get the machine to actually power on and function as a normal laptop minus the GPU. So the GPU VRAM power rail is actually disconnected at all. The GPU is still powered up. I still have the actual VRAM, or not VRAM, but VRMs are still connected to the MOSFETs that power the GPUs. And we have a picture I can't believe. So I was able to power on the laptop and get the laptop working now and functioning. Now, Tom, this is a fallback plan. So we can still do a deep dive and try to go back into, I didn't hook up this daughter board, darn it. So I can't plug in anything there. I didn't plug in the daughter board for the keyboard. But this is a good fallback plan in case you want to use the laptop like this without minus the GPU. You could still get a GPU accelerator. I don't know if you knew that. You have a external port back here, right here, that you can plug in the Alienware accelerator, and it actually hooks an external GPU up in a box, and you can run whatever GPU you want on that. And so that's always an option for these machines. Here, we'll do it. We can get the keyboard hooked up. But sometimes, you know, it's the graphics amplifier. Okay, we got a weird picture on the screen though. Let me see if I can reseat the. You see? Can y'all see that? It's flickering for me, so I'm going to reseat the connector on the screen to make sure that that's seated in there properly. But that's a weird look. Try it again. Yeah, you can put a 5070 in there. You can upgrade from a 970 to a 5070. Nice expansion in the back. We have picture. So is it viable to replace the MOSFET and VRAM? I don't know what's up with this. Your screen's doing something weird. You can't see it on here. I can see it. It's weird because you can see the line. You see those lines right there? Well, those lines are actually flickering like this. So those lines were a little before it shorted a month ago. Okay, so, okay. All right, so that is something else. And that's probably part of the screen itself. These assemblies are cheap. I probably have them for less than $100 if you want to put a new assembly in there. Okay. All right, so is it viable to replace those two components? Yeah, maybe. I could definitely replace those components, but we have to track down what's causing that resistance on there. So we probably have another VRAM module that's bad, so that's what we're going to have to track down. Now, how far do we want to go with all this stuff? We have a functioning laptop, and it just minus the graphics card, so it's just whether we want to spend another hour trying to track down the actual other chips that are bad, that are on that same power rail we just kind of disconnected. So to fix the power supply for the VRAM, we lifted the jumpers and removed the shorts within the area of the GPU circuit to prevent the possible damage of other circuits. So I removed the actual two MOSFETs that create the VRAM power rail. Okay, because the VRAM power rail runs at, what did we figure out, 1 volt or something like that? And those MOSFETs are actually shorted, so it was sending the full 20 volts over to the VRAM. And then one of the VRAM modules were shorted down to 0.4 volt or 0.4 ohms, but now we removed that and got rid of that 0.4, but then now we still have something that's shorted at 3.5 ohms. So when we start getting higher resistance like that, it's harder to inject voltage, but we're going to go ahead and do it and see if we can find the shorted thing for science. What about trying to boot the Windows? I could do that in a minute. I guarantee the thing's going to work fine on Windows at this point, the way that this usually pans out, because we have isolated the GPU from being in the picture at all. So the GPU is not even there. When the VRAM's missing, well, maybe the GPU would be there, but it will have that kind of like exclamation point on there. So now we got to figure out what other modules shorted. The board's a little warm, so let's try again. Let's inject another pile of voltage. Just keep injecting until we find something. You did all the rework with the memory installed? No. I just put the RAM back in just now to boot it up. All right, let's find something else shorted. All right, so here's a VRAM module. Here's another one. You know, and it could be the other one that's on the other side of the board right here. I don't know. But 3.5 ohms is not very much, so it's not short enough for me. So we're up to 1 volt. Why do we have reflections today? What's going on here? There we go. Mucho bettero. All right, so we're injecting 1 volt. Hey, okay, cool. Cool, cool, cool. So we do see stuff. All right, so this one's bad, probably. And this one's bad, probably. Let's flip it over. I bet these are bad too. I wonder if all 3 of those are bad too. Or they're just firing up like normal. Maybe the board was still hot with that measurement. Let's measure again real quick before I start just saying that all these are bad. It could have been measuring that low resistance because I had the board hot. So let's see if this is, nope, still at 3 ohms. That 3 ohms is too low, guys. 3 ohms is too low. So the power comes out of here and goes and powers up these chips. Okay, and so when I just injected 1 volt into here, we got these heating up. Now, it's not to say they're not supposed to heat up. So like if I take one of my donor boards here, I'm not going to use the one that I'm going to steal the chips off of. I'll use a different one. But like, so if I take this one, the measurement on this should be, well, this one's 12. What? Didn't we measure 100 and something? What's this one? Yeah, this one's 150. This one's 12. No compute. No compute. This one may have something bad on it, for all I know. The one with the 150 is probably, it seems high, though. Usually for VRAM, you should be at like 30 to 50 ohms? Maybe 20 to 50 ohms? I don't know. Didn't 150 seem high? But then 12 seems too low? I don't know. I guess the game plan could be just take those off. I'm going to have a hard time injecting voltage on here. Let me see if I can find something on this side. Oh, I can do it right there. I can inject it right there. Let's do that. Forgot. I feel like I'm a little bit scattered today, guys. I feel bad for you. Sorry. I feel bad for you. All right. Yeah, so all those are getting hot too. Injecting on this side. And it's 2 amps at 1 volt. I just don't know. 2 amps at 1 volt. So I have a feeling I'm going to have to replace every single one of these VRAM modules. 1, 2, 3, and then the other 3 on the other side. Let's measure a third board. Okay, let me grab more. Would you say you'll have a plethora of them? I left my mojo in France. It's my lack of sleep that I've had the last 5 days or something. I've slept really very little. All right, so here's some more boards. So I'll set this aside. Okay, here's another board. What do you think this one's going to be? 30. This is what I thought the measurement should be in the first place. 30. Okay. This is crazy. 17. Okay. And then this is another one of the boards of the same model. And 145. What in the what? What about this one? This one's a different board. So it's a one with a different CPU on it and probably GPU. So let's see what that one's measuring. And that one's 19. What is going on here? Yeah. Well, I guess the good news when we're injecting voltage onto that, it's not the GPU's not getting hot, is it? Did we notice if the GPU core itself was getting hot? Different readings on different boards. It's so much fun. Cracked solder balls, 100 ohm resistance on the board. Oh yeah, it could be something like that on the ones that are 100 ohms. And maybe that's some sort of common issue with those. 30, 17, 145 to 19. Great Dragon Balls. That's crazy. I don't know what to think. I don't, personally, Tom, I hate to tell you this. Personally, I think changing out all these 6 VRAM modules is not going to fix this. and then changing these two MOSFETs. I think that because we had 20 volts going here every single time you plugged it in, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it would be something to maybe take all these off and then figure out if it resolves the 3.5 ohm short or 1 by 1. Yeah, because it's different memory, maybe they have different resistances, but I think that it should be still pretty close. Can't see what these are, but okay, so this is SK Hynix. So I know SK Hynix is going to have a different resistance than a Samsung. So here's a Samsung. So Samsung was 17. Okay. Listen to the board view, Nate. Samsung. What's the board view going to tell me? So Samsung again, 27. Now, okay, so this was, which VRAM is this? Okay, remember what number that is. So this is a, what, 64, 1325, 03? I just want to see if these numbers match. Okay. Oh, 1325. Was that a 64 or G4? 03. So that's the same chip, right? Yeah, so it's a G4. So that's the same chip. So these are two different boards, have totally different measurements with the same setup. Oh, was it 55? Really? Hold on. 540. I don't know what this number is for. The 540 versus the, because that may be a date time. 552. Because I think it's, this is the number. Is this number out down here? They look the same. Here, let me grab another board now. So here's another Samsung 1325. Same chip, but this says 443. Again, I think it's some sort of date code probably. If I measure on that, 20. Okay, so Samsungs are right around the 20 mark. So I'm okay with that. Okay. Then, are we in the SK Hynixes yet? Here's an SK Hynix. Of course, I can't see what it says. Date codes, yeah, so they are date codes. Okay. God, it's so hard to see. All right, can we make that out? So that's H5GC424AJ, something like that. And then we go back to the customer's original board. H24. Is that a different number? I can't tell. Oh, 552 is 5 weeks 52 maybe. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, HK Hynix would definitely have different resistance from the Samsung. That's general. That's a normal. What were we measuring on these HK Hynix? This is 140 ohms when I'm measuring this, the HK Hynix. And if I measure this one, that's another HK Hynix. SK, I keep saying HK, SK Hynix. I don't know where'd that H come from? SK. 150. Okay, so 150 ohms is what we should be getting because all these SK Hynix is 150 ohms. There's our sign. Okay, we figured it out. Okay, so Tom, we have 3.5 ohms on your SK Hynix, and we're supposed to have 150 ohms right here. So for science, we can remove all of those and just kind of until they disappear, or we can just use it as is, or replace the board. Samsung's 40-ish, SK Hynix 150. Sounds about right. Sounds something. HK. I don't know why I said HK. It's so funny. It's all good, Watson. Tom, what are you thinking? I don't know where you're at. Where are you at? Bad diode? I don't think diode. Where would be a diode? It's the actual MOSFETs are, I mean, the VRAMs are heating up when I inject. Actually, let me do that too. So we'll use one of these SK Hynixes, and I'm going to inject voltage on that same coil with the same voltage and see if the chips heat up. So we're not getting any heat. We're getting 1 amp pulled still, but we're not getting those chips to heat up. Now this one, the core is heating up. Is that right? Maybe. This is just a donor board, so it could have something bad on it for all I know. I want to keep the board so you can rip off the VRAM and see. Okay. So like, because right now it will work if we just keep it the way it is. All right, so yeah, again, I'm injecting onto this one, and so we're not getting any VRAM modules hot. So I think all those modules are bad. Y'all ready to go crazy VRAM crazy? We're going VRAM crazy. Uh-oh. Where's his board? I lost your board. There it is. Get your board mixed up. Going VRAM crazy. All right, so we're gonna pull off all these VRAM modules, one by one, by one, by one. You can do it. Okay, so if this works, you guys are gonna be jumping up and down. I hope. I hope. Okay, let's do it. I gotta get all set up again here. Time for a 5090 swap. Okay, so the plan of action here is to remove all these VRAM modules that are probably all shorted. Now this one happened to be shorted down to a very, very low resistance, but the rest of them have shorted out in a way that's not as low, but they were all getting the 20 volts regardless. So whenever you plug in your charger, it's sending 20 volts to these chips that only take 1 point whatever volts. And so we're gonna have to replace all of them in order to resolve the issue. We're gonna have to reball all new chips. We're gonna have to do a lot of work here. Tom's putting me to work on a Sunday. Sunday, it was supposed to be an easy day, man. It's supposed to be an easy day. 3 fixes coming up. Yeah, 3 fixes in of just one machine. Doing lots of fixes. All right, so that has to heat back up again, unfortunately. Reballing. Oh yeah, and so actually, and so here's another thing that's, I hate to say it, sucks about doing this, is that in general, I would like to have all the chips already pulled and already balled and already ready to go, right? Because when I heat this board up, I'm gonna pull these off and put new ones on. But because I'm gonna heat this board up for science, we have to take them off individually and then see if it resolved itself. Then we're not gonna be putting the other ones on until we put the other board on there and heat that one back up, then pull those off and then reball them and heat this board back up and then put that stuff back on, okay? You picking up what I'm setting down? First day back of the stream, easy day? Question mark. Should have been 3 question marks on that one. Will it turn on with only 1 good module installed? It turns on right now. It works right now. I fixed it. It's fixed. It's fixed. Bro, it's time consuming. Bro, it is. What time is it? 10:45. So it's been an hour and 45 minutes. This will take another hour and 45 minutes. All right, but it's fine because we're gonna do it. Not an easy pizza. This is a lobster dinner, bro. Total lobster dinner. Let's do a little just chatting for a little bit while this is heating up because it takes a little bit of time. So you guys ask me whatever. Let's just do that. Let's fill in the time because it's gonna take a little bit of time for this to heat back up. Let me take this RAM out though. Little just chatting. Ask me what you want. Need a Waffle House. I've only been to 1 Waffle House in my whole life, my whole existence. It was one time, and I think I was driving on I-10 to Florida, and that's the only time. It's not fixed until it's fixed, and you run benchmarks on it. Yeah, fixed is an asterisk. I actually named my cat Asterisk. It's a frozen burrito. It ain't thawed until it's thawed. Grilling ram today? Yes, for science. 4 times the amount of time to replace. Will it bend? That's, will it blend? Oh, I can throw it in a blender. Oh, thanks for the cheer. White noise. What you need is all those nanobots. I need a lot. I need a lot. Drilling ram. That could do it. Let's see. Ask you anything. You said ask anything. Ask me something profound. What is your opinion about gravy being fake? Gravity. You say gravity, not gravy. That's pretty funny. I said gravy. Gravity being fake. I heard, actually, because we're going to have a solar eclipse. Is that today? The solar eclipse is today, right? So you're supposed to lose 7 seconds of everything's supposed to just like start floating off the ground today. So if anybody's in Madrid or in that area, look at the sun only during the total solar eclipse. Asterisk? Asterisk was my cat's name. She was so, she was a character. She's gone now though. What is an asterisk? Let's see. 1 time is enough. Best time during the hours. You should get there more often. Waffle House does not. Does Waffle House do like the chicken and waffles? I know people love that. Never name your son Robert Astor. Rob Astor. Robert Astor. I'm trying to figure out why that is. Okay, what is VDD? VDD is just like I think someone else can give a better definition, but it's just basically a power supply, and I don't know what the DD stands for, but VDD is, there's VDDs everywhere. So VDD will be a power source that powers something. So you could think of it as a power rail in a way, but it's not a rail that powers a bunch of stuff. It's usually just something that powers on a chip. So a chip will need VDD, a screen will need VDD, things like that. But maybe someone else. I'm self-taught with all this stuff, so I've inferred everything. So no one's ever taught me what VDD is. I just know it needs to be there, if that makes sense. Nate, is that the 299 board? I see that sold out. Of course this board's sold out. This board is the LA912C, but I have some of these boards around. I can find one, I'm sure. I mean, the board will work just fine. You won't have the GPU, so I don't know if you're gaming on it. So that's the only difference here. CMOS battery meant to be connected. It doesn't really matter to me. This thing's probably dead anyway. CMOS batteries don't. Come on. Can't even unplug it. It makes it where it turns on faster, I can tell you that. Which laptop do I use? So the one I use at home is an XPS 15. It's the 9500 edition, so it would be the one from 2020. And it still works perfect. Don't have any issues with it. Just bought an Alienware 16 Aurora. According to the OEM decal, the service tech says it's a 2026. How soon do you think you'll start getting the parts for those? Ooh, 2026 model, probably about 2 years-ish, a year and a half. I'll start getting some stuff for it. 3 years is when I kind of get the flood of all the parts for them, so it takes a while. But what we usually do is we'll buy that model, and then we'll part it out and take pictures of all the parts, and that's how we make our listings, is on a machine that we bought, and then we'll have those parts for whatever we parted out. So we'll end up having one of everything because we parted out a machine, but that's the only time. Oh, the solar eclipse next month. You're right. No. Oh, you're right. It is August 12th. Never mind. So next month on the 12th is when there's a total solar eclipse in Madrid and that whole area, because I was actually going to be traveling then trying to go to it. And the eclipse will, there's a video out there that shows where everyone will lose gravity. I don't know if you guys, and maybe that's what you were asking about. I love grilled chicken meals. Give me that money. Okay, gravity event will happen August 12th, 9:33 a.m. Eastern time. So grab something to hold on to. So, does everyone know what we're talking about? Let me see if I can find that video. Give me a second. I haven't figured out how to pipe the audio through here, though. It's interesting. So even if I did find the video. Losing gravity for 7 seconds. Let's see if I can find it. Of course, it's not going to load. All right, so there's this event that's supposed to happen here. It says, will the Earth lose gravity? But this is 2 years ago. What is it? I mean, people are idiots. I'm telling you. And so they had this like super.
Welcome to the We On podcast, where we explore fascinating would be needed for that to
They had this stupid like.
This
This is all AI. Look at this. This is all AI. Someone just made this video with AI prompt.
Although now there are tons of them talking about this.
Okay, never mind. I don't even know if I want to show you this. But there was this like video where it was showing everything lifting off, and people are idiots here. Hold on, let me.
Not forever, just for 7 seconds.
Let me pause this real quick.
Where everything not bolted down will
What's
rise
going
into
on
the
here?
air. 7 seconds where cars will lift from highways.
All right.
Where children will float from playgrounds. Where the ocean itself will abandon the seabed. And then gravity returns. Everything falls.
Yeah, I mean, like,
40 to 60
my lawnmower guy told me this. So he was mowing my lawn,
destroyed.
or he was going to. He was about to mow my lawn, and then he told me, he was like, "Hey, have you seen this?" And he starts showing me this thing, and then I said, "Oh wait, that's the day that there's a solar eclipse." So he thinks that there's some sort of solar eclipse that's, or the gravity is going to actually disappear.
A program designed not to prevent the disaster, but merely to help select government officials and essential personnel survive it.
Yeah.
While the rest of us remain deliberately uninformed.
Yeah, that sounds about right. What do you think? What do you think about that? And the Earth is flat, by the way. Okay, so we can go back to our thing here. I think we're probably hot enough. The lawnmower man. You're the guy from the hamburger train, right? Yeah, so he's the lawnmower man. Sorry about that detour, but if you wanted to, you can watch it was all AI videos. Every single video he was showing me, he was like, so man, I don't know, my workers don't even want to come to work that day. He was telling me, he was like, all of them were scared to go to work. I was like, you're freaking kidding me. Okay, we're gonna probe some aliens now. So let's go ahead and remove these. The board is hot enough now. We can kind of go back onto our regular scheduled program here. So I'm gonna remove these 2 modules, and then we can test, and I'll flip it over and pull the other 2 off, and then, or 3 off, and then we can test and see if it goes away. Not test the whole machine, but just to see if the resistance changes. So pre-removing these was 3 ohms-ish. Hug a tree for 7 minutes, that's what they say. So this says 2.33 because the board's hot. So 2.33 is what we're seeing if we can change. So I'll pull one off in the measure and then pull one off and measure. It's hard to cut grass whenever you're floating. Read a book, learn about gravity. But gravity's fake. Gravity's fake. Because if you believe in flat Earth, you believe that gravity is not real also. I do enjoy the flat Earth debates though, for sure. They're entertaining. But if anybody knows anything about the southern hemisphere, like I guarantee if you live in the southern hemisphere, you do not believe in flat Earth. But if you live in the northern hemisphere, you do. Oh man, do you hear that crackling? It's crazy. That's crazy. All right, crackle. Okay, got that one off of there. Maybe I don't need as much heat. We'll go with less heat now. So where are we at now? Now we're even more shorted. Is that possible? Because it's hot. That bubbly, it's not the board, it's the chip itself. I think it's the chip crackling. I lowered my heat a little bit because I already have the board preheated. So we'll see if that prevents it from crackling. It's definitely not the board bubbling though. And I don't know if this thing has... Yeah, it's getting hot quick, actually. Okay. I have to go this way with it. Okay. It's not flat. It's not flat. Solder balls bridging. Yeah, I'm going to pick that right now. Okay. I'll go back and check this one too. So that's okay, and that one's okay. So we have no solder balls bridging. Let's measure again. Now gravity is not consistent throughout the planet, because you're going to have different levels of gravity based on where you are. So now we're back up to 2.7. Okay, so let's flip it over and take off the other 3. Okay, right there. Oh, and there's our number, a lot easier to see. So we're just kind of take these off until we can get the resistance to go away, or to go back up. It should go up to infinite when we get to the right amount. 4D Earth is really flat. Now I know one guy who was trying to help his friend who was a flat earther. He like paid for a bunch of flat earthers to go down to Antarctica to prove that the sun stayed up 24 hours a day during certain times of the year. And then all the flat earthers were like, oh, you're right, I was wrong. But then all the other flat earthers that didn't go on the trip itself were like, that was all made up, it was all green screen. So it's like you can't convince them anyway. All right, so that's good. Cut that one off of there. Measure. No. Again. So now we're up to 5 ohms. I feel like we're getting somewhere. 5 ohms is better. Green screen, yeah. Making a green screen of just of the sun being up 24 hours a day. That's why I was saying, like, if you're in the southern hemisphere, like, whoever lives in the southern hemisphere is not a flat earther. There's no way you can be, because you see that the way the stars rotate around the southern hemisphere and the way the sun is up in the southern portion of the sky, and so it appears to be more north. Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because science, you know. Sun never sets flat earthers. Irrational people. Okay, got that off of there. Starting to stack these things up. Didn't we do a full VRAM replacement on a board before? I think we did. We tried to do an upgrade while we were at it, and it still didn't work. But I think it was only 4 modules, not 6. Third rock from the sun. That was a good show. That was a funny one. All right. Measure this again. Back to 4.5. So when I take this one off, we're hoping that it should jump up to very high. This is the last one that's tied to that. So we will see. It seems like the southern hemisphere is more intelligent. It's just because the flat Earth, like, dartboard is set up with the North Pole as being the center, but it's like, oh my gosh, that's funny though. It's Oh. 150/6 for 25 per module. Maybe. Going on a motorcycle ride, have fun. Daniel, thank you so much. Be careful out there. I had a motorcycle until I had kids and my wife had me get rid of them. So. All right, and that one is off of there. All right, so the last one's off of there. All right, quick vote. All right, so do you think, if I measure, do we think the short is going to be gone now? Put 1 if the short will be gone in the chat, and put 2 if it's not going to be gone. Because that means it's in the core. So if we measure right now and it's still in the core, I mean, still measuring. So 1, it's gone. 2, it's not gone. The short, okay, so 2 is not gone. Okay, so 2, we got lots of 2s. That's kind of where I'm leaning, unfortunately. So if we measure right now and we measure and it's still shorted, then it's shorted in the core itself, and it's nothing we can do. So that's what we're doing. Here we go. We got lots of 2s. Those numero dos. Gritty is optimistic though. Old Gritty. The old kitty. Meow. All right, here we go. Yeah, ready? We got, what's 3? 3 is, I don't know what 3 is. Separate using the PJP super blocks. Where are those at? Let's see. I think we have some, didn't we? Is that what all 3 of those things are? Yep. That's a good point. Okay, well, we can do that too after the end of that. So this right here is just a little solder bridge that separates the actual output of this power rail to, I'm assuming that whole area, to the GPU. It looks like it goes under the GPU there, and it comes over here to this VRAM. All right, we're gonna measure. Here we go. Coming in hot. Y'all ready? 3.14. All right, so this better not measure. We're up to 18. That's a Samsung measurement, but that's not 150. That's not higher than 150. But the board is hot, so does that mean something? Problem probler. All right, so the fact that we have 18 or 20, I mean, we obviously did bring it up, but we do have something else that's still shorted on there. Now, yeah, Samsung would be like 30-ish, but us putting on the SK Hynix is not going to make it 150, unless the SK Hynix are like 1 megs each or something crazy. Have you ever achieved a SK Hynix to Samsung conversion? I've never tried it, so you can't succeed without trying, or it's in the course. But let me go ahead and we'll remove these PJPs, the little jumpers, and just see what that does. I don't know. Seems interesting enough to try. Remove the driver. The drivers are gone. Oh, where's the driver at? Yeah, you're right. Where's the driver? Is that the driver right there? Is that the driver, PU602? Okay, maybe I should remove the driver. Good point. So there's 2 MOSFETs, and then you have a driver IC that actually controls those. So the driver IC could be bad. I like where you're going with that. Let me cut this. Did you do visual inspection? Are you kidding me? Yeah, I don't think I did actually. We did a little bit. Did we do the smell test? We're looking in the same area that's having the issue, so that's why, and we already know that one of the modules were messed up, so I'm just kind of thinking that maybe it's not something that I've noticed yet, but I don't think it's something somewhere else on the board, since we have looked all through this area. All right, so we got these off. See how these are little jumpers? They basically just act as to tie one power rail to another, and you can use them as isolation if you want. Okay. Make sure we got all that off of there. Okay. Looking good, Billy Ray. Feeling good, Lewis. Okay, so that's isolated. So now that we have it isolated, we can see which side it's on. We can see which side the short is. So short on this side, no short on that side. We got 120 ohms. That looks correct. And then on this side, we have 19 ohms. So that's 19 ohms is on the GPU side. So it's going into the GPU right here. You can actually see the track going to the GPU. So that is no bueno, Tom. That means that it's in the core, that 3.5 ohms short. Or 20 ohms short, I guess. Wait, does this say 3.5 again? No, 18 ohms. Yeah, so 18 ohms short, or 18 ohms is in here. So even if we put the new chips back on there, there's no way that we're going to get that number up to 150, which is supposed to be. So the GPU is toast. Yep. So you are just going to have to use it without the integrated GPU, I mean the discrete GPU. Do you want me to take the driver off there still? I don't think it matters. I don't think that taking the driver is going to do anything because we have it separated anyway. But so Tom, we can discuss if you want to try to replace the board, if you want to try to get that GPU working. If it was my laptop, I would use it as is, and then if you need that higher end graphics, just get an accelerator that you can put on the external, and you'll have a higher end GPU anyway. I don't know if you play games or what, if that's what's going on, but if it's my laptop, I wouldn't worry about trying to replace the board and go down that whole rabbit hole, unless we can find a board for like cheap. But yeah, don't replace the board. All right, so I'm going to set this aside. Let me move this heater out of the way at least. This needs to cool off. Can you isolate the donor board and check resistance? Okay. So they want me to, just for science, we're still in science mode just a little bit. So donor board, oh my gosh, that heater is in my way. This donor board actually already has the driver MOSFET and IC already taken off of here. So I'm assuming there has to be something wrong with the VRAM on this one anyway, but let's see. So this is one that's measuring 12. We need to find an SK Hynix one. Okay, this is an SK Hynix. So if we isolate it by taking these jumpers off of this donor board, then we can kind of see what the CPU measurement side would be versus the non CPU, GPU, I keep saying CPU, GPU side. So let me clear these off. Cheers for the effort, thank you. 6-7, 6-7, valiant effort. Valiant effort. All right. Yeah, I should flux it. It'd be a lot easier. I fluxed the other one. I didn't do this one. And it'd be a lot easier. Flux is your friend. Oh, the board's not preheated. That's why. I was like, why is this so much harder than the other one? The other one was on a preheater. That's why. Okay. There we go. I think we're good. Yeah, there's your sign. There's your sign. All right, so we do have it isolated now. So the whole idea with this would be to see like what's the difference between one side versus the other on a good working board, or a board that we can actually try to measure a reference voltage off of, or resistance. Okay, so right here, 142 ohms, and on the other side, 127. So we got 127 on this side and 142 on this side, or 145 on this side. And together, they make 145. So that's what we're looking at when we try to measure your board, or Tom's board here. We have 18 ohms, sorry. We have 18 ohms on this side now that we've taken all these off, and the only other thing it's tied to is going to be the actual GPU core itself, unless somebody has something else for me. Oh yeah, it's toast. It's toast, man. All right, so that one's a no-go. That one's a no-go, but it is fixed. We did fix the board. It does turn on. It actually does function. It does boot up. Now, did you want me to reassemble it and actually boot the Windows? That would be the other thing, but I'm 99% sure that that will work. as it is. Tyler, thank you for that $5 donation. Look at all these chips I took off of here. Reballing the GPU. It's not a reball situation. It's going to be a shorted GPU. So you're talking about replacing the GPU with another GPU. Sure, it's like possible, but it's not economical time-wise. Like we're having to replace all the VRAM modules, replacing the GPU. A lot of times when you get down to all that, in the end, you end up not having something that works in the first place. So boot to win. So I'll just quickly assemble and boot it up, and that way we can prove that it's working. And Tom, I'll redo all the thermal paste and all that stuff before we ship it back. We'll make it look very nice. Very nice. And we're going to go to the next one in a second. Just give me a second. I just want to see the Windows screen on this. Come on. Do what? What'd you say? Do caps on the CPU short? Sometimes. But the 18 ohm resistance is not a cap short. Hello from France. Bonjour. I guess you're in the afternoon, right? So let's see. It's like 8 o'clock in the evening. Bonsoir. Okay. Bonsoir. VRAM from Soren's box. That's where I get it from, these donor boards. It's Soren's box of donor boards. Better buy a new motherboard. You don't need to buy a new motherboard. This thing is just fine the way it is. Don't listen to all those people. Hello from Germany. I don't know much German. I know Morgen. I mean, good morning, good morning. I just say my last name, Morgen. That means morning, or something like that. It's also 6 here. So removing the VRAM did help, yes, because there was one majorly shorted one, and all the rest of them were partially shorted. But it did not fix the issue all the way. Guten Tag. There you go. Guten Tag is hello, right? Guten Tag. Hello from India. So how do you say hello in India? Or I mean, I guess, sure, what language? Hindi? There's so many languages in India, right? Modern. I can't pronounce that. Prune India. Namaste? Namaste. There you go. Sweden is Naga. God dog. God dog? I don't know how to say that. I need it phonetically spelled. Those words are hard. I'm going to use Blanche. So we'll boot up into Blanche. Wait, does this take NVMe? I think it does. We'll do Blanche since she should be pretty configured for this machine. You're okay with Blanche being booted up on your machine, Tom? You'll never say no to Blanche. Where is she? There she is. You can't say no to Blanche. I have no idea what he's saying. Blanche for the win, that's right. Blanche is one of the Golden Girls, and I named my operating system after her. This is my one for my older systems I work on. And you got to name your operating systems, so why not name it after the Golden Girls? Blanche has your number. She has your number. Address unknown. Okay, it's booting up. Where's my keyboard? All right, so it's going to take a little bit longer because I unplugged the CMOS battery due to high demand. All right, so I installed the RAM again. So what we basically had happen with this machine is we had a short on the main power rail. It was approximately 0.4 of an ohm. We were able to figure out that there was a short on the VRAM power rail shorting straight over to the VRAM modules, which means that those were getting the full 20 volts every time you plugged it in. We did find that there was a VRAM module that was shorted to 0.4 ohms. We removed that one. That resolved the short, but brought it up to 3.5 ohms, and then found that all the rest of the VRAM modules were actually shorted. So we had to remove those in order to resolve that, but then the VRAM power supply itself was shorted, so we had to remove those MOSFETs and then determine that the GPU itself has an internal short on the VRAM controller or whatever inside the GPU itself. So the GPU is going to be bad. This machine should still work just fine. We do have picture. I did put a test operating system in here, so we're going to try to boot it up to our Windows install of Blanche and see if she gives us her big smile. And if we do get her big smile, then this laptop is good to go, just minus the discrete GPU, which was an older GPU. It's the GTX 970. So we do see that it is booting Windows right now, and we should see her face any moment now. All right. All right, so it is now installing the actual components because this hasn't been booted up on this machine in a while, so it actually has to configure all the different devices. And this does have the higher end audio. Yeah, you're right. Next will be to isolate the video GPU first. Yeah, that could do that. Yeah, we could have just isolated it, and it probably would have fixed the machine right off the bat. Interesting. Decon? Wait, how you say that? Thanks for the Prime sub for 2 months. This thing's taking a while. Come on. Undeeded chips removed and saved another laptop. We removed some chips and saved another laptop. It's partially fixed. All right, so it should reboot now after this. I meant for science sake. For the sake of science. No, it does make sense. Yeah, so if we do have some sort of short on the VRAM modules themselves, instead of removing them to resolve it, we could just isolate using the jumpers and just remove those solder jumpers and actually see if that resolves the issue. All right, so it is rebooting again. This should boot straight up to Blanche's face, and we should be good to go. Dr. Nate in the house. It's encrypting your drive. Please wait while Blanche encrypts your drive. Yeah, we have picture. I can't believe. Look at Blanche's beautiful face right there. You can't beat her smile. Did you gamble in Monte Carlo? No, I did not at all. There she is, and I do see that flicker on the screen, which is definitely kind of strange. You can't see it, but you see those lines. Those are actually flickering. So, Tom, we can discuss, like, maybe you're gonna have to replace your panel most likely in order to fix that issue on here. So I probably have some cheap panels. I'm not 100%. I did not do any gambling when I was in Monte Carlo at all. Even in where I was staying, there was a casino nearby, and I normally would just kind of go in there. I was just with my kids and family and all that stuff, and so it's just like, you know, blowing $100 or $200 just to throw at the craps table. Sure sounds like fun, but man, now you're making me feel like I missed out. All right, but I did not, is the answer. Plus, probably all the tables were probably like 20 euros or 30 euros a hand, and I don't need to spend that much money for that stuff. So anyway, the laptop is working. We do have Blanche's pretty face, proving that we did save this laptop. Now, partially we saved it. We weren't able to actually fix the GPU itself, but we'll go ahead and move on to our next machine. They have a $1 million chip, I bet. I bet they do. They had Aston Martins and Lamborghinis and Ferraris sitting outside the building. You didn't miss out. Hope not. Okay. All right. Tom, do you want all these chips back? Did we send you all your chips? I can send them all to you. All right, so we're going to start on the next one here. I still have Blanche inside that other computer, but we probably don't need Blanche today. I'll move her out tomorrow. All right, what was the next laptop? It was the one that was... Here, let me clean up my center here. Clean up all this stuff. Do you guys remember which the next one? Oh, freezes on battery. Oh gosh, I'm not looking forward to this. Oh, I'm not looking. I was reluctantly putting this in the queue. Now this is going to be something that's going to be another not straightforward, easy fix. And I don't know. I don't know what's causing it, but I know what I can try. So that's kind of what I'm going to think about here. Let me pull the board out here. Chips for candles. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much. Now, this thing does have an aftermarket battery in here. So you would think that that would be the issue, but guess what? I know for a fact that we tested with a different battery. So, and then he has 2 drives. Let me put these drives back in here. So let's do 2 and 1. Desoldered the GPU core MOSFETs to save the power for the battery usage. Interesting. So you think that it's the GPU coming on and causing the battery voltage to dip? What is intermittent? What if it's intermittent? Wait, what if it is intermittent? So here's what I'm going to tell you. I've seen this happen, and I saw him because my tech was working on this. So you turn it on. If you try to boot the Windows on battery, it doesn't make it. It just freezes. If you plug in into the wall while you boot the Windows, it boots right up. And then you can unplug it and run it on battery, but then it will end up freezing up. So that's what I saw. Let me pull the note and then we'll do our intro and all that stuff. So the note is... All right, so this was actually repaired a year ago, but unrelated to the same issue. It was a BIOS or an EC chip needed to be reprogrammed. And so he was saying it was turning off under load on the charger itself. So without the charger. It was very annoying. And so he was saying it was doing this prior to that, but I don't remember seeing that issue. And then I told him that the battery was bad, I think, when I looked through it. But he said he was going to replace the battery himself. And then, so we didn't fix the actual charging issue. This was a year and a half ago or 2 years ago when this repair was in here. So, but we did, it was an EC chip programming because the machine was actually bricked when it came in before. So a different issue altogether. Insufficient power to the CPU. I don't know. We're gonna walk through it. These are all good ideas. So, install a heater to keep it from freezing. Scruff, that was such a complex statement that my brain had to figure out what you were saying. That is pretty funny though. That is so funny. I don't like how dirty my desk is. Darn it. Sorry, let me clean my desk off. The battery is fake. Yes, we're going to go over that in a second too. So, you guys have already observed so much stuff, and we haven't even started the repair yet. It's because you got the little preview of because the bottom was open. You don't skip ahead. We haven't gotten there yet. Oh, silly, crazy Nate. All right. What model is this? Is it M15R4? All right, new data, another laptop that needs to be saved, and this time we have an Alienware M15R4. Now this one has one of the stranger issues. I'm not sure what's wrong with this one yet, but the customer says that the laptop runs fine on the charger, but when it runs on a battery, it instantly freezes up and you can't run it on the battery at all. So we have some sort of power issue relating to the battery, not something that I've seen before, so I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. All right, so that's going to be my intro for that. So let's go ahead and just plug it in on the charger and see if we can boot this thing up to Windows and see how it works, and then we're going to kind of play around with it. Now, I know that the customer did replace the battery. They did put an aftermarket battery in there, so that could be the culprit, but I know for a fact that my tech did try a test battery. That's one of ours, and it should work fine, and it still did the same thing. So probably not related. So I don't know. So I plugged in the charger, it's pulling some current. We'll see if we can get a picture on the screen. We got a keyboard backlight. Let's go ahead and see if we can boot it to the Windows install, and I think they do have an install in here. Yeah, we have a password. So we'll be able to just boot into their install of Windows, so I don't have to put a test drive in here. Great intro, Grammy Award winning, especially when I'm just talking out of my off the cuff. I don't know what to say a lot of times when I'm doing these things. I just kind of have to think through it while I'm going. It's like freestyling. I would say the aftermarket battery would cause it. That would be my automatic saying, yep, I've seen it so many times. I've seen it where if you have a laptop running on an aftermarket battery, it just doesn't have enough power. Let me make sure we have, okay, so we have a test install. It looks like a parts people install, and the password is I love parts people. Nice. Okay, this is Igor. So he made a test install or a test login for me, and what? Wow, that's pretty good. That's pretty legendary. Okay, I love it, love it. So okay, well, thank you, man. Well, we'll see if I can actually fix this. So I have my own login apparently into his machine. So we need to kind of figure out exactly, let me pull up the task manager and see if we can actually see what the CPU's at right now. These are things that I kind of want to look at. And, oh gosh, can we get this? Sometimes it's hard to get it focused. Okay, so we're at 4.6, 4.33. Okay, so right now we're on the charger. And the charger's using 5 amps, 5.5 amps. Now we're not pulling anything crazy amount, right? And it's running. So I'm going to unplug the charger and just see if I can run it on battery at all. Okay, now that, wait, hold on. Now it's down to 2. I just want to see if this changes when we go to battery. This is what I'm trying to pay attention to, so you guys can stare at that now. I still haven't unplugged it yet. 3, 2, just kind of moving around in that area. Looks like it is settling down. Processes 243. Okay, I'm going to unplug it. You ready? 3, 2, 1. So I unplugged it and it's locked up. That's it. It's locked up. So now I'm going to hold down the power button and shut it off. Now I'm going to power it on. I'm only on battery now. Okay, we're only on battery. Let's see if we can go into the BIOS. The system was shut down unexpectedly 3 times in a row. Okay, I'm not worried about that. That's just because I guess it was testing earlier and it was freezing. Went to the BIOS. Numlock's caps lock is working right now. Was it working earlier? Try to see if I can get in the BIOS. Okay, so it's in the BIOS on battery. Okay, so now let's exit out and let's go to diags. I just want to see how much it can run outside of Windows and then see if it's a Windows related issue or if it's a issue where it's like pulling more amps than it needs to at certain times. Oh, it's booting Windows. Okay, So it's trying to boot Windows. I was trying to get in the diags first. So let's just see if this thing, if it makes it all the way to the login screen. And it just shut off. Okay. Let's see if I can power it back on. So it just shut off on battery. That's a telltale sign of a bad battery, or a battery that's insufficient power. Throttling down, low frequency, could be any of those things. Diagnostics, so now we're going to boot into diagnostics. Let's see if it actually can make it through diagnostics. Because diags will actually test the CPU and GPU, or CPU and RAM at least. Downclocking the GPU. And I don't know if this thing was in overclock mode or not. Or is in overclock mode. It has 133 BIOS, which is the most recent BIOS. It's not freezing yet. Could be a discrete graphics issue. You know, I don't know, but we could try that. So we could try disabling the GPU when we're in Windows and make it where it only runs on integrated. I kind of like the idea of checking that. Mine does something like that, and it dies on GPU load. On GPU load, that's, if it's doing that, then you usually have a MOSFET that's dying. And you're talking about only on battery, though. But if it does it any time, then it's probably going to be a actually failing MOSFET that's shorting out. Need the amp meter. I know, but it's not plugged in. It's on batteries. But it's weird because... Oh, wait. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, I smell something. Burning. Shut it off. Oh, my gosh. Whew. I smell something. It wasn't plugged in. It was on battery. Oh, my gosh. I smell it so bad. Whatever it is, I have no idea, but I smell it. Oh, whew. Oh, okay. All right, so I have the bottom off. We do have an aftermarket battery. I was starting to smell something in this area of the board, and I just tried to get it shut off as fast as I could. Now, this cable's really hot. And I don't... Oh, all right, I smell something burnt here. Okay, all right, well, follow your nose, Toucan Sam. So I think that we do have an issue on the motherboard itself. Maybe it's not on the cable. The board's really, really hot, so you can't do thermal when you have this type of situation. I mean, sometimes you'll see like something going on, but the whole board's hot. So what I think the next plan of action is like, do I even want to plug in another battery? So we were running diagnostics, running on the battery, and the machine was staying on, but then I started smelling something burning up. Like, you need to light your Black Horse candle that actually is burning electronics, because that's what it smelled like. Now, do I think the battery was the thing that's making the smell, or the cable? I don't think so, because I think it's coming from the board. So therefore, putting another battery in here, I think will still do the same thing. Personally, I think that we just need to pull the board out and kind of look at the other side of the board, because I bet there's something burned up. So I think visual inspection and follow your nose. I bet that we have something on the other side of the board that's cooked. Because that was actually pretty intense smelling. It wasn't like just a mild like barbecue. This was like you lit your steak on fire. Send in the nanobots. All right, so we'll pull the board out. It takes me pretty quick. Between the NVMEs are scorched. It's weird because the heatsink on the NVMe looks. I mean, I could smell the burn on this too, but it's not. I don't think it's on this. I think it's right here where it plugs in. Yeah, that one doesn't smell. So this one smells, but anything in this area. And I mean, I don't see anything going on here. We can look at it closely before we take it all apart, but... Come back, MOSFET. Look at that guy. What? Okay, hold on. Let me think about this. So this is the current sense resistor, and then this is the MOSFET. I don't know if this is what produces the 12.6, or if this is what is the MOSFET that separates the battery from the main power rail. But it's shorted, for sure. See how I'm measuring gate to drain? It's shorted. Or gate to source, sorry. And then source to drain is shorted also. So this thing is shorted out. Now it could be, there might be a partner on the other side, but I can see that we have oozing coming out of here. So we definitely found something right there. Now I bet that thing was Blazing Saddles. Great movie too. So let me check these also. Those aren't shorted. Nope, nope, and nope. That's fine. Okay, so what is going on with that guy? All right, let me pull this back off here so I can access all this. All right, so what I want to do is I'm going to plug the charger back in, but I want to measure to see what voltages we have coming over here. If we might have 20 volts going to the battery for all I know, and that might be what's going on too, is that we have some sort of crazy stuff going on. And then I'll turn on the thermal camera just so you can see real quick. So that's with the charger plugged in. And we're not pulling any current, we don't have it on. And I'm going to measure the voltage on the actual battery connector now. Should be right here. So we have the right voltage on the battery connector. So what does that mean? We had 13.6, so let me plug in the battery. See if we get anything crazy hot. And pre-charge current is 220 milliamps, and it should jump up to an amp or two. So it's still sitting at pre-charge current. You see it's at 0.22? Okay, so now we're up to 18 watts. So now it's charging. And now that MOSFET's getting hot. This one right here. So it's getting hot, but it definitely is. And this is the power management chip here. JFix, thank you. Happy, I had a good holiday. Thank you. 10 months subscriber. Thank you for that. So we know that for sure this needs to be replaced. It is getting hot, but the power management chip is actually getting even hotter. It's at 50. That's not super hot. It's not too hot. And we're only charging at 16 watts. Does that mean the battery is like fully charged already? What I want to figure out though is like, should we turn this thing on again off the battery? Okay, we're gonna get ready to unplug it though. Okay, it's turned on battery. Oh shoot, look at that. Look how hot that is. Oh gosh, I just unplugged it. What? What? That was the hottest I've ever seen, dude. I could cook some bacon on that thing. Did you see what it got up to? I unplugged it before it got too high, but turn it off, turn it off. It got up to like 130 or 40 C. I mean, we're talking like, you could melt some aluminum with that. Aluminium, if you're across the pond. That was crazy. All right, so that was running off the battery, but whenever I had the charger plugged in, it didn't do it. All right, so we have identified that's the issue. Now, why is that the issue? I don't know. So I'm going to pull the board because we don't know what's going on. But at least we have something, a cause and effect. I'm feeling a little more optimistic about this repair. Jiminy crickets. Yeah, it's probably desoldered itself at this point. But so why? Okay, so you guys riddle me this. In Windows, it just locks up. But outside of Windows, it stays on and just burns itself to death. Is the battery legit? Yeah, I mean, the battery's not legit. It's a fake battery. But here, we can plug another battery in too. Here, let me do that. Let's grab another battery for science. For science. Let's see if it gets Jiminy Crickets hot. Blazing Saddles hot. Okay, plugged in. Nice. Okay, here's our MOSFET of death right here. Right there's the MOSFET of death. Pay attention. MOSFET of death is about to start frying. Is it not? No? Not turning on? There you go, MOSFET of death. Turned on for a second, turned off. Get ready. 70, 80, 100, 108, 130, 127, 150, oh God. Oh, Nikes. Wow. I'm surprised. I can't believe I had that thing on as long as I did. I'm just like, I don't know. I think I smelled something burning. We hit 152 with our eyes, so imagine if I would have kept it on while we were just kind of like running it off of that. Running diags, we must have been hitting 200 and something. Yeah, that's hot. That's crazy hot. So what's that in Fahrenheit? 150 is probably like 300 and something, right? I mean, this thing would melt. Or de-solder itself at like 200. The 15R3 has a 10 set. This should have a 20 series. 2070. 305. So hit 305, which is too hot, I would say. Mucho caliente. Now I don't know, we know the MOSFET's shorted, but the MOSFET being shorted should not cause that much heat, because a MOSFET shorted just becomes a wire. It's only if it's having something else that's shorted somewhere else on the other side of the board or something. I'm taking this out anyway because we want to be able to inspect the other side of the board. But I'm thinking replacing that MOSFET and replacing 421 Kelvin. Is that what it was in Kelvin? Thinking replacing the power management chip maybe, just in case. But maybe we don't need to do that. Not hot if you can't, if you're on mercury. It's not even hot if you're on mercury. All right, so 9 to 5 times plus 32. I just do the 1.8 conversion, double it, and then minus a little off or plus a little. So 150C was hot. Definitely was hot. How much time have we got? We've got an hour and 20 minutes. Hour and 20 minutes. What can we do in an hour and 20 minutes? Save another laptop? Save 2 laptops? I'm only 5'6", and my dad says I'm shorted to ground. Oh gosh, you guys are crazy. The second time was 152. The first time I didn't let it get hotter than 127, but it was like going up at a rapid pace too. So by me pulled out at 152. Don't touch that MOSFET with your finger. Yeah, that would not be smart. Be like, oh, is that thing hot? Because that's hotter than normally things get. Normally they get around 100 or something like that, 110. You're like, oh, that thing's hot. But 152, shnikes. Freudian slip. You saw me look, right? Oh, I just thought it sounded funny. Safety first. Don't touch to see if it's hot. Is that thing hot? No. Thank you there, nobody. $120 minutes. 120 minutes. See? Put the fake battery somewhere outside. The fake battery is not the problem, but I do not like fake batteries. They do scare me. And I was worried at first that it was a fake battery was kind of shorting out. But, you know what? God, I'm trying to think. Why would that be getting so hot if it's just shorted? Can you hear the music? I got a little bit of music on in the background just so it's not me talking constantly. All right. Be good, little people, and make sure that this is not, you're not going to bend this. Take it off properly. Take the heatsink off. All right, and the heatsink is off. All right, so this has new putty everywhere. New putty. And thermal paste did not make it all the way across this. This is what happens when you put too thick of putty. So you see how this isn't even covered all the way? You see how it's not even, you see how thick this is? So whenever someone put new putty on this, Igor, this is too thick. So when it causes too thick, it doesn't allow this to actually sit far enough down. And you see how it's still thick here? This should be really, really thin. And this one is still, this one, yeah, you can see how it's still really thick here. So this is probably too thick also. So yeah, that's the only problem whenever you're changing out thermal pads and it's hard to know what size. It's usually different sizes in different areas. So you'll have like 0.5 millimeter, 1 millimeter, 1.5, and 2 millimeter kind of mixed around in different areas. And so this was definitely too thick. And so it's preventing the CPU from actually having full contact. Like even ignoring this portion right here, we're talking none of this was able to squeeze down flat. And so it's actually pretty thick. We don't want it to be thick. We want it to be thin right there. It should be almost no space, right? So you see that? It should not be have an island. Or I guess it's not an island, whatever. Plateaus, I guess. I don't know. It should not look like a Grand Canyon. Okay, so ignore all that for right now. We're going to focus on this other stuff. And maybe that's why the CPU is getting hot too, if the CPU is getting hot. But this is going to be all the charging circuit here. This is going to be the main power rail stuff that produces the main power rail. I think all this stuff seems to be fine. And then these are going to be our MOSFETs that charge, I thought, the charge MOSFETs. Do we have these pads on too? I don't know, man. Ah, the colossal ridge. Okay, so where do we start? Let's just start by replacing that MOSFET, I guess. What's this? What do we have? What do we have here? I don't know what this is, but it doesn't belong, so it's out of here. It might just be a piece of glue from the edge of something. Sometimes we have little pieces of glue, but it's out of here. Looks like free caramel. Do you say caramel or do you say caramel? That's the question. That's the question for everybody. Okay, I'm going to pull this off. So I want to check these because these things are always what get bad on the charging circuit for the battery. I just want to see if we have any extra weird bubbling coming out of the sides of these, and I don't see anything there. And then I'm going to check it charges this fine, it just doesn't want to run off the battery properly. It's weird. What do you think? Caramel? 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 I think caramel is what I always called it, but then I was like, when I got older, I was like, caramel. Because caramel sounds really good. Caramel doesn't sound that good. Caramel sounds good. Like if I want something sweet and delicious, I want some caramel, not caramel. Let me figure out what this thing goes to. I'm trying to figure out exactly how that circuit's set up. So let's pull up a board view of this so we can take a little quick gander at that. This is a LAK41P, if you guys want to take a look too. LAK741P. LAK741P, if I can find it. Okay, it's loading. Okay, so the one we're looking at is going to be on this side of the board. I'll rotate the board. So this MOSFET right here ties to 12.6 battery and then 12.6 through the current sense resistor. And it comes out here and goes straight to these battery connectors. So battery comes out, goes through this MOSFET, then through the current sense resistor, and then through the comeback MOSFET. That separates the main board from the main voltage. So is this shorted too? I thought we already checked that. Somebody said something. Power management chip, or EC is telling the CPU or GPU to go to a low state. I think it's, I mean, we have that thing, that MOSFET's definitely shorted. So check PCB65, somebody's saying. Okay, we'll check that. This guy? Okay. To see if that's shorted on the power management chip. So here's our power management chip. Here's the MOSFET that's shorted right here. So he wants me to check on that. And that's not even populated. So they don't even populate that. So here's we just have these resistors here and then no pop on both of those. No pop. No pop. I want to remove this and just kind of see what's going on here. Like, what I'm thinking is that we need to replace the current sense resistor, this MOSFET, and then maybe the two resistors that go with that, and replace all those things, I bet, in order to fix this issue. I don't know for sure. But we can start with just the MOSFET itself. What software is that? That's going to be Flex Board View. Flex Board View is made by, what's his name? Gosh, I'm drawing a blank. They'll say it in the chat here. So he makes this board view software where you can actually look at board views that were made by the manufacturers. Paul Daniels, thank you. So it's made by Paul Daniels, and who's also another YouTuber. And but you're able to load these board view files or PB, CAD files, Gerber files, all that can be loaded in here, and then you can interact with them. So if I'm clicking on this MOSFET right here, I can actually say I want to see it in the schematic, and then it pops the schematic up, and then I can see where it is inside the schematic. So I can see that that is a MOSFET right here before it goes to the battery, the main battery area. So, and then here's our current sense resistor and how it ties onto this. So we see on the gate here, this is what I think they were talking about right there, but it's not even populated. So let me just pull this MOSFET off real quick. That's what I want to start with anyway. Oh, helping about. Yeah, that would have helped. Could have just pulled it up that way. I was just blanking out, man. Can't just let me blank out. Oh yeah, board views and schematics are something you have to scour the internet for yourself, and it's not something that's open to the public. So if you find them, it's on you. Not something I give away, but I know that you guys, you can get them on Discord or you can get them on Bad Caps, things like that. I kind of stay outside of all that stuff. The only time I show board views and schematics, by the way, people, is in live streams. I never show them on regular YouTube videos. So anytime you'll see me doing the regular videos, I don't put them in there. I don't want to actually get caught in the net of somebody calling me out for using them, like i.e. Dell, who is my partner, basically. So. So we got this thing taken off here. So this is the shorted MOSFET. Now, what we're going to check to see if we have any other short in that area, but I don't think we do. It should just be shorted across. You get that MOSFET. When you remove it, heat my house in the winter. So much heat, so much hot. 150 degrees. So it's not shorted across here anymore, right? We can see that this guy is completely shorted. So every single pin is shorted together. So this is one solid short. Now it could only be getting hot because maybe it's partially shorted and it's trying to send it through. So normally when these things turn on, they actually are on, and it should have no resistance or very low resistance going through it. So maybe this thing is shorted in a way that's causing it to get hot because it's partially, or it has some sort of resistance when it's on, and that's why. And I don't know if we did the math for the heat and all that stuff. And maybe we can see what resistance it is. That would actually make sense. So what is it resisting? So 0.4. So 0.4 ohms going through it and sending 12.6 math. You can figure out how many amps or what the power would be through that. And then heat, because power is heat. Is a second MOSFET under? I don't think so. I think there's only one. The schematic only showed one. It's not double-sided because these aren't the MOSFETs that produce the 12.6. This is just one that's just on-off. The ones that produce the 12.6, I think, are these. And this is the one that separates it from the board. But let's see. So these aren't shorted. We already checked all these. So I'm thinking, what do you think we should do? Do you think we should just replace this and see if it blows again? Or it could just fix it, for all I know. Is the ISL driving that chip? I don't think it is, actually. Let's check. Because I don't think ISL can drive all those chips at the same time. So, let's see. B gate. Oh, it is, yeah. So it is right there, battery gate. And that's what you're talking about for that cap. So it's just going straight to that pin. And so it's saying, hey, turn on this. And it turns it on. And I guess that would make sense. So let's just say that that is producing all that heat. So there's a bunch of voltage drop here, which means that this would probably be undervolted. What do you think? I bet running on this battery will no longer have 12.6 here. I bet that when it's running on battery, it's actually running on, or whatever. You know what I mean? Like you'll have like 12.6 on this side, then you'll have 10 or something on this side because this is having all the heat drop across it. Does that make sense? Is that plausible? And that's why the machine locks up in Windows? You need feedback for the resistor. There's nothing on the board. Yeah, look at the board. Yeah, it's just not, that's not even populated. So we have it where these pins are together. So this one and this one are together. And it goes to that gate, and then it comes over here. And then this one just goes over there, and this one goes over here. Unless you're saying, is there a feedback coming off the other line? I don't know. Let's see. So there's a cap here. So where's that at? And then this goes to the gate, and then there's another cap there. So we have two caps coming off, feeding back over to it. So we did think those are shorted. So PB65. Hold on. So if we look here on the board view, sorry. So we have it going straight over here and going over there. These aren't even populated. 65 and 96. 65 and 96 are not populated. So they're on the schematic, but they're not there. So no feedback. Weird. Weird. It's not there. It just doesn't exist. Yeah, so this is 96, and this was the other one. So they're just both not there. Yep, it's just direct to the ISL chip. Switching to bad MOSFET is likely causes that. Okay, so with this off of here, I mean, the board works as it is. So let me just put another one of these on here. Let's see if we can find one. What was the number? Do I have brand new ones? Probably not. Say 30, 32306. 32306. That's all we need to find is a 32306. I got boards coming out of my ears, and I can find a 32306. It's a new jingle. Get the 32306, and then you can fix that MOSFET. He's lost his mind. He's lost his mind, I tell you. Where's all my bad boards at? All you have to do is get a 32306. Can I just put a different MOSFET on there? Does it have to be a 32306? Step right up and get your 32306. Apparently you can do a B03 and 04. Well, a B04 and 03. Because this is the same board. It just depends on what factory it came out of. That's how they operate. So I could put one of my other brand new, I have some Infineon chips I've been using as replacements to those that are higher quality, lower resistance. So should I put one of my Infineons in there? Call 867-5309 and B04 N03. Come sail with me, come sail away. Is that where I got the jingle from? Yeah, I'm gonna put the new chip on there. So I have these Infineons that I've been putting on all these, because I can order these directly from Mouser and not the fake place. Where's it at? You know what the fake place is, right? The fake place is called AliExpress, and they only sell fake chips apparently, or fake MOSFETs, because they're cheap. So these are these Infineon chips. I use them as B04 and 03 substitutes is what I just have it marked down here so it's easy for me to find it. Here's the part number. You can order them on Mouser, and these do 40 volts, and they have lower resistance, internal resistance, but they are 100% compatible as the same. They just have a better throughput. And so I've been using these as my replacements, and they work great. Great. Even though it's a 40 volt. Who would have thunk it? Who would have thunk it? Oh, no, and the donor board is not populated either. No pop. No pop for these two either, because Dell is saving money. They're like, engineers want it, and then Dell doesn't want it. They're like, no, but that could save us 12 cents. Not even a half a cent. I need to do Temu MOSFETs, see if those are better, right? Should I do an upgrade and go to Temu instead? Or go to Wish? I should only order my MOSFETs from Wish. He's singing again. He's singing. Where's my... Like, sometimes I'm looking around, I'm like, what am I looking for? I don't know what I'm looking for. I'm looking for something. Ah, tweezers. That's what it was. Okay. All right, so I'm going to pretend this, kind of get this thing ready to go. What I want to do is make sure that we have a little bit of solder on here, but not too much. That will help it actually adhere to the board, because we don't want to just use the solder that's on the board itself. And so my main thing is just try to get these pins over here on this edge. And then I don't want too much on there, so that's enough there. All right. All Temu and Wish repair. That'd be a funny stream. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna fix the machine only using Temu parts. Go. All right, so while I'm soldering this on, here's what we're thinking. I'm thinking that this will resolve the issue. I think that basically that MOSFET went shorted internally, but went shorted, partially shorted, so therefore is actually performing a voltage drop across the MOSFET itself, so that's why it was getting extremely hot. So that it was also stealing some of the voltage in order to actually create the heat on that MOSFET, so therefore the machine could not run off of the battery correctly, or the voltage was bad. So I think that this should resolve the issue. Now, if you think it's going to resolve the issue, 1 in chat. If you think it's not going to fix the issue, 2 in chat. Let me know. Or do you think this is, number 3 would be like if this MOSFET's completely wrong. Maybe that should be the right one. It's good. Should I leave those balls there for cosmetics? Sometimes you want it to be there. There we go. Aesthetics. Cause and effect. Alright, but you know what I'm saying? Like, did someone do the math on that for me? I don't know if they did. So the resistance made a poll. Okay, so we have a poll. Will it work? Will it fix it? You can vote on the poll instead if you want. But if someone did the math, it was 0.4 ohms of resistance. And wait, but that doesn't sound like enough still. 0.4 ohms of resistance with 12 volts going through it. How many watts is that? Or how many amps, and then how many watts? My Ohm's law is breaking my brain. Do you think the current sensor resistor needs to be changed still? What am I looking for? Again, I don't know what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a toothbrush. It's easier to probe, in my opinion. Got balls? 30 amps. Oh, 30 amps, really? And then the amps to power. Yeah, so that's 30 amps going through it. And then you take that and convert that to power, so it'd be 12 times 30 amps times 12 volts would be watts. Oh, it says 25 watts, which seems like these things can handle that. I don't know. I don't know. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. So like Tone Loc or something. All right, this heatsink. I don't like this heatsink. These pads are no bueno. I mean, I'm gonna have to just reinstall it, I guess, but for testing. What if I can just turn it on without that? Yeah, let's do that. I'm going to do it without the MOSFET, without the heatsink on, because Crazy Nate's crazy. I just need a bag of jacks. All right, so what I'm going to do instead, and should I use an OEM battery? Sure. It did the same thing with OEM versus non-OEM. Didn't matter, but yeah, we can use my OEM battery. So I'm just going to do it on the bench. The CPU is not going to have a heatsink on it because it did do it right when you turn it on, regardless. And then that will automatically prove whether it's fixed or not, partially at least. And a bag of jacks should give me a jack pretty quick. Where's that? Killing me. A bag of jacks is letting me down. There we go. Found it. Nailed it. Now, we don't need a jack anyway because we're powering it off a battery. What am I talking about, people? You should have told me. Should have warned me. I think we have a 40% chance it's still a bad ISL chip. Okay, so the ISL chip is the power management chip. All right, so I'm plugging in the battery. Nothing happened. I'm going to press the power button. Battery's plugged in only because that's all we're trying to use right now. Dr. Sonic memberships turn out to be legit. Is Dr. Sonic here right now? Because I don't know. I would say no. I mean, the memberships are there, but there's no, I never got the money. So I don't know what's up with that. I don't know if it's like in pending or what. So yeah, Dr. Sonic, thank you for the donations, but I didn't receive any of it. So that's how that works. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and power it on. MOSFET's right there. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. And the board's turning on, getting hot. I saw the EC chip come on right there. And you see all this stuff is hot? So the board's on, and it's not getting hot. That was it? Was that it? Was that it? What? I've literally never seen that issue before. I'm reluctant to put this stupid heatsink on here. Because I'm going to have to redo this, all the thermal pads on this thing. No fun, man. No bueno. All right, I'm just going to turn this thing on. The right pad isn't on. Oh gosh, don't. You're trying to correct me. Right pad isn't on right. Oh, none of these pads are on right. Every pad's not on right. This whole thing is not right. I just want to turn it on and test it. I can't do this. Oh my gosh. Okay, this little pad was here. It's like it's all wrong. Okay, I just want to put it on. I just want to put it together. All right, so we had 69% on YouTube saying that it's going to work, and 57% on Twitch saying it's not going to work. So faith is kind of distributed differently. Do people believe in me? Do they believe? Have I figured it out? I would fix the thermal pads first. Here's what I'm gonna do. It's so much work to do this thermal pads right now. You don't even understand how much work I have to do this. Like, maybe I can mash these down a little bit more. Maybe that will help make them a little flatter. It's like, if I can get them flat enough, it'll be okay, but it's just, this is like a 30-minute job or more to get the thermal pads right. Measuring them all. I would just rather just grab another heatsink that already has the thermal pads all right on it. That's what I'd rather do. But I'm just going to add extra goop. We'll make the goop a little higher. Fix the pads tomorrow. I'm not fixing them today. There's no way in Schnikes I'm fixing them today, because I'm not going to fix them in general. I'm going to tell someone else to do it. I don't have time for that business. It's going to be too much work. I'll give this back to Harris. Let Harris fix it. He's going to be so excited about that too. Or I'm going to sell him a new heatsink that already has all the pads correct. That works too. We're all in it for the ride. Yeah, it's definitely a ride. I've never seen this issue before though, so that's definitely, it's a first. So we have a MOSFET that was getting burning hot, that was on the battery charge circuit, but wasn't producing the 12.6 for the battery, but it was just passing the voltage through. So it was more or less an on-off switch. But when it was on, it was blazing saddles, 150 degrees C, and that was with me unplugging it to stop it from going any hotter, going thermal nuclear. I believe it would probably break 200 and probably start desoldering itself. So I'm thinking that the internal resistance of that MOSFET had went so high that it started making it get hot like that, and it was also doing a voltage drop across it, so therefore it forced the battery voltage to not be high enough to not allow the machine to run off the battery. And now that I've replaced it with a brand new Infineon MOSFET, which are very nice low resistance chips, it's going to resolve the issue. Plus it's going to run better. It's an upgrade. It's an upgrade, I tell you. And I think that we're going to be good. Oh, don't break that latch. And these latches love to break for these touchpads. And I'm not going to be the breaker of it. I think the ISL should be working. It was charging the battery. But it was tied directly to that gate, or to that pin, so we have to think about that. We're just going to see if we can test this. Now, do I just replace the ISL anyway? The intercell chip, which is the power management chip, do I replace it anyway? Because the shorted MOSFET was tied directly to it. And so, i.e., it could have damaged it internally. That's something to discuss or think about with my brain trust. Check the MOSFET gate's resistance to ground. Okay. The new one? Or the old one. The old one's shorted, so. But yeah, I can check the new one. It's going to be lower than before. Give me a screw. Plus 10 horsepower. And then if I add a racing stripe decal on the back cover, it would go even faster. More horsepower. All right, so yeah, measure the MOSFET to ground. Let's do that. Just for kicks. Just for kicks. Look at that. I even like the way that looks too. I like these Infineon. The design has a little icon there. So let me get it in resistance mode. Resistance is 4.2 megs. So it doesn't look shorted to me. And this is in the megs. And this is in the megs. Just the way I like it. I like things when they're in the megs. No shorts to me. Looks fine to me. Nothing to see here. Okay, that's all on there. It's all on there. Okay, so do you want me to use a real battery or this fake one? You scared? Yeah, it could be the aftermarket battery caused it. Maybe. I don't know. We're going to use my battery. All right, so let me just plug it in or turn it on now under thermal camera before we start lifting it up here. So I powered it on. What we're looking for is the power management chip to get hot, or the EC chip to get hot, something. Okay, there we go. EC chip is on right here. See how it's heated up? There we go, and see all the other chips are starting to come on now. The back of the CPU is getting hot. So it is powering off the battery, but we don't have that chip getting 150 degrees. Now it is warm, but I'm assuming it's warm because it has to pass stuff through it, but it's not passing through a partially shorted chip. And we have picture. Okay, now the question is, can it boot the Windows? How does the battery damage the MOSFET? Well, the MOSFET has current going through it all the time, and so if the MOSFET went internally shorted or partially shorted, so it basically runs hot, like in general. These MOSFETs I installed actually has lower internal resistance, so it's not going to run as hot. But if you have a MOSFET and it's constantly running power through it, or you're running a lot of current through it, it will get hot, and then heat is the enemy of all components in general. And so that's what damages chips like this, is that they're just like go internally shorted. But I think it was partially internally shorted. Because normally when something goes shorted, it's just like shorted, done. Like it has all of it going through it. My meter froze. Oh. Okay, we'll check it in a second. Is it my voltmeter? That's working. The other one we didn't have plugged in because I was running on battery. See, you guys are spoiled. When I had it plugged in with the battery, you were looking at the meter. With the battery, you can't see it. It'd be cool if I had a little pass-through. Oh, that'd be nice. You guys, all right. I think I'm gonna make another device. I just thought about it. I need to make a pass-through system for batteries. Sick. You just made me think of that. So I'll basically make it where you can plug a battery into this, and then it comes out and then plugs into the board, and I'll have a bunch of different ends on it. And then I can have that go through, hook to the power meter somehow, or have it run up there so I can actually see it running off the battery. And it'll be a battery spike meter. Whew, sick. Thank you. Thank you for that. See? Brain trust. I'm telling you. You guys know. Okay, so we are on the battery only, so this meter's not going to do anything. So don't get any ideas looking at it. Or should I just boot up on the charger and then go to Windows? Yeah, let's do what we did before. I have it plugged in. Now you can see the meter. We'll see if it starts charging the battery. Spike 2.0. Old spiky battery spike. Battery spy. Oh, battery spy. That's pretty cool. LED, I like it. We'll see you Wednesday. Will we see it Wednesday? By Wednesday? I don't know about by Wednesday. That'll be pretty quick. All right, so let's log in here. I love parts people. I can remember that. I can't get over this picture. Igor, I don't know if it's pronounced Igor or Igor, but it's I-G-O-R. But thanks for the picture for my own login screen here on your test install. Okay, so task manager, come back over here. So we were on this screen before, and we saw 4 amps. I mean, not 4 amps, 4 gigas. Let me see if I can get this in a good orientation so we can actually unplug it. Okay. There we go. Okay, so we have it on. It's plugged into the wall though. And I'm going to unplug it, and immediately whenever we unplugged it is whenever it shorted out or stopped running on the battery. So you ready? 3, 2, 1. Unplugged. Still running, and we're running still 4 gigahertz. Still 4 gigahertz, still running, not shutting off. It leaves me on my toes. So the machine is successfully running on battery now. That's it. That's it. Let me flip it over and see if we can see if anything's getting hot back here. And we have a lot of heat on the battery cable itself. But now it just shut off, so it's not, because I just went to sleep, I guess. Let me open it back up. Turn it back on. So you can see the battery cable itself is getting hot. This is an OEM battery, and then that chip is getting hot. The actual MOSFET's getting hot, but it's not like burning hot. So I guess more heat's over here on the cable itself, 53 degrees C on the cable. Should we do a test on the GPU? It actually came back out of sleep too on the battery. Oh, just shut off. Just shut off. I think I might have put it to sleep. Hold on. The chip is running a bit hot. Okay, so it did shut off completely because it's booting up from Windows. I don't know if the battery's charged or not. I didn't check that. Also, I don't know how good my battery is, my test battery, and I don't know how much current or amps are coming out of the battery itself. So we're going to check that. The battery's at half percentage, half charged. Okay, let's check Windows management. Okay. It just shut off again. Okay. So it's not able to run long enough on this battery. The battery's hot too. All right, let me, ooh, the connector's really hot. Let me use their battery, their fake battery. The voltage gate on the comeback MOSFET. So the comeback MOSFET, I don't think it's putting 19 volts over to it because it is charging properly. But so the comeback MOSFET, or the MOSFET that passes the voltage from the battery voltage to the main power rail. So whenever these are turned off, or whenever the main power rail is turned off from the charger, then you're going to have it passing the voltage across here. This is the one we just replaced, is right here. But this one measures fine. We don't have any issues with it, but heat on the battery. Yeah, this battery is an old battery, so having a new battery might be better. A new battery that's a aftermarket battery, is that better? I don't know. But I just powered it on again. Let me make sure this is plugged in all the way, so we're not getting too hot. All right, let's see how hot that connector gets now. Okay, it is on. And the battery connector is not hot. Maybe I had the battery not plugged in all the way. What do you think? I was like moving it, it was shutting off or something? Because this isn't hot right here. All this stuff is on. You can see it's on, but that battery it's not 50 degrees right there. Now, let me verify this is booting up though. Oh, you forgot. We also have that stupid heatsink issue. Thermal it's probably getting hot. It's probably shutting off because of the heat from the CPU. Because the heatsink doesn't like sit down all the way. So it doesn't sit on the CPU well enough, so I think that it might be getting too hot. So the thermal paste, I mean, I added more thermal paste, but it's not sitting down well enough. But we are booting the Windows now, so let's see what it looks like under the thermal camera. Yeah, that battery connector is not hot at all now. The SSD is hot. All this stuff looks fine. This is running on their battery. No issues, and the battery's not hot at all. Too many variables, I know. I say we fixed it. We just need to fix the heatsink issue. And it's still booting up. It hasn't locked up yet. I'm sitting here flipping it around. Our battery was the problem. Fake battery is better. Better. Faker. Battery. Oh, now we ran into a kernel error. Kernel data in page error. Are the fans plugged in? I don't know. Fans are plugged in. Oh, this is hot. Wow, that is hot. Okay. Well, this heatsink's not on here. It fell off. So what do you think? Do you think it's because the SSD was getting so hot just now? The NVMe is hot, like really hot, but that's normal for an NVMe. That's why you have to have heat sinks on them, but this one's like really hot. Replace the ISL chip. I don't think it's the issue, but yeah, I mean, I guess it could. Yeah, we have too many variables. So we have an issue right now. Like I want to boot into a diagnostic so I can see what the temperature of the CPU is. But I think the CPU is getting too hot because that heatsink can't sit down all the way. And then we also just had their SSD burning hot, and I didn't have a heatsink on it, or the heatsink had fallen off. And so if we use my test install, then that would fix that issue. Okay. So let's see if that works better, temperature-wise. I'm going to boot in the diagnostics instead, though, if you don't mind. We got 30 minutes left. I don't know if you want me to fix another laptop before the end of the stream or not. Or resistor is off specs near the ISL. So why aren't the fans not spinning if the CPU is hot? Good point. Yeah, so if it is a heat CPU issue, then the fans should be blasting. Huh. You're making some sense, man. Making some sense. Let's see if I can hear the fan spin whenever it goes to these tests. Okay, so check. I don't have that daughter board plugged in, so that's fine. We can continue. No need to try another laptop. Just relax. Sounds good to me. CPU fan test. I hear it. There we go. And then, can we create a burning smell? There we go. Can we? Let's get those cents up to $1. The fans are working. Now it's testing the CPU. The ISL is the Intercell Chip Corporation, by the way. Thermal camera. Do you want me to try to look at the bottom right now while it's hot? while that's running. The whole board is spicy. It's a spice of meatball. Okay, so this is the ISL chip that's hot. This MOSFET that we replaced is not hot at all. But if I unplug it and run it on battery, now that whole area gets hot, so now it's running on battery, and so it's passing through that, the current sense resistor in that MOSFET. And I can touch it with my finger, and it's hot though. The current sense resistor is hot, and the comeback MOSFET's a little bit hot, but the comeback MOSFET. I love that name. That's a Soren name. He just came up with that, right? Well, ISL is supposed to be hot. When it's running, charging the battery and doing stuff like that, it's going to get hot. So that's normal. PWM regulator VRMs. Yeah, it's fine. The power management chip or the ISL chip is normal temperature. Okay, I just want to see what the CPU temperature is. So the CPU is at 75, 65, 67, whatever it takes, and the GPU is at 59. So all those temperatures look fine. So this is what I also want to check, is I want to see how much current is being pulled. So right now we have 2.8 amps going into the battery with a max of 3.3. I'm going to unplug it. So now it's running on battery only. Let's see how many amps are getting pulled from the battery. 5 amps. Oh, can you see it? 5 amps is being pulled from the battery right now. So now I'm going to run a CPU test. Let's see what that gets up to. It's running a little CPU stress test. Not 6.7 again. Battery cord getting hot. The battery cord is not getting hot on this. No, with this aftermarket battery. This won't refresh until it's done. Okay, so it should tell us what it went up to, hopefully. So still only pulling 5? 5.1. So if I run a fan test. No, it's not updating. I was expecting it to kind of update and tell me. So the battery percentages, it's in excellent health and it's going down. It's discharging at 5 amps, which is normal. So no, that looks bad. All right. All right, I'm going to boot the Windows and his battery. Or should I? What should we do? It was shutting off. I did a kernel error before. Okay, I'm just going to boot straight up with his battery. On his battery to his OS. Definitely a weird one. I know, these are ones where it's like it's hard. Stand up and stretch. I need to do some jumping jacks. What I need to do. Oh man, I'm tired. Am I going to have another nap today that is I fall asleep at 2 in the afternoon, wake up at 9 p.m.? Hope not. I got stuff to do. Jet lag. I had some jet lag, and then I had personal stuff that happened, so I ended up not getting much sleep. So I landed at like 12 o'clock, or no, at 10 o'clock I got home on Wednesday night. So right after the stream would have been done, and then I was up till about midnight because I wanted to make sure I stayed up enough so that I could fall asleep, and then I only slept like 3 hours that night. And then the next night I only slept like 3 hours. I just couldn't sleep. And then the next night I only slept 2 hours. And then yesterday I slept during the afternoon, and then now. But so I've gotten a little bit caught up, but definitely has been a, come on, dude. It's booting into a recovery because it had rebooted a couple times. 20-minute power nap does wonders. So that's what I normally do with 20-minute power naps. I call it rebooting my computer. You just kind of go to sleep and then pop back up. It's right as you fall asleep, you're basically waking back up. And doctors do it. They'll take a shot of espresso and then they'll lay down. And then by the time the espresso kicks in, it wakes them back up. I've never tried melatonin. Everyone tells me to do melatonin, and I was like, but I know I'm not having an issue falling asleep. Like I fall asleep and I do deep sleep, and it even gets tracked by my phone and all that stuff. It's just I'm not staying asleep for very long. Like it's like an hour or two, and then that's it. So. And then I don't know if it was like all the food I was eating, but man, I had to get up and pee a lot. and it's not normal. Personal stuff, you know. But basically, I don't know if I was retaining water from all the salty food I was eating. But look at that handsome stud. Look at that. All right, so we have this thing up and running. This is the back wallpaper that the customer put on here. I didn't do this. He looks at my dreamy face every day. All right, so this is on the battery. I don't have it plugged in. Yeah, the meter's not even hooked up, so you can't even see what's going on here. It seems fixed to me. I think that battery I had was just kind of a crappy battery. Because all my test batteries are just test batteries, you know, so they're not like brand new. So this is staying on, but what I want to do is maybe run a Furmark or something like that and see what it does. Making me want to grab some coffee. Am I slowing down? Am I getting tired? All right, let me see if we can load a Furmark on this thing. A Furmark, because Furmark will really rip it a new one. Let's see, which side do we have USBs? This side? 5 gigahertz too. Did it hit 5 gigs? Hit 5 gigas? New candle? What's the new flavor of a candle? I don't know if I have access. This might be a user account, not a full admin account, so I don't even know if I can run this stuff. Oh, wait. Wait a minute. Come on, buddy. You can do it. There we go. Ventoy. Ventoy is my favorite. Okay, stress test tools. Furmark 2.0. Will it run? Wait, why are the fans on full blast all of a sudden? I wish I knew how many amps are coming out of the battery right now, but we're going to run it on Furmark. Staying on to me. I think we fixed it, guys. So my batteries definitely wasn't charged up enough or had a bad cell on it or something like that. The fans ramped up before we even turned it on. So GPU GPU is at 56, 61. And then, but it's only using 38% usage because we're on battery. If we plug it in, it should jump up automatically because it will have full charger. And I want to kind of do that too. I want to see it jump between the two and see if it flawlessly is able to go between the two. So got 130 frames per second plugged into the wall, and then we go on battery. It should not lock up. It should just go slower and 30 frames per second. So there we go. So that, to me, has solved the issue. So I think we are good to go on that. And definitely a different one than I've seen in the past. So just to recap, so we have the laptop was not powering on battery properly, so whenever you would boot it up, you would unplug it from the charger, try to run it on battery, the system would instantly lock up. Whenever you tried to actually boot it on battery itself, it would kind of work, but then right as it would try to get the Windows, it would end up shutting off or just locking up completely. They do have an aftermarket battery, but even my main test battery did the same thing. Now, we were looking at it on the thermal camera. We did determine that there was a component getting thermonuclear hot. I smelled some burning electronics, and I think that the chip itself is a MOSFET that got internally shorted partially, so therefore it was doing a voltage drop across the chip itself, which was producing a lot of heat. These things, when they go short, they should actually just be, or on, they should be passing all the current through without dropping any voltage across it, but because it was dropping voltage across it, it was getting hot, probably making it where the battery was no longer providing the 12 volts to power the board. It was more probably dropping down to 10 volts or 9 volts or something like that, which was not enough for the CPU to actually be able to power on, preventing that from working. So changing out that MOSFET fixed that, so it was actually turning on. We actually upgraded them with a better MOSFET that runs a little bit cooler, and so it won't happen in the future. And booting up with their battery, we're able to boot to Windows, run stress tests, and everything's good to go. So the last thing I need to do is pull it apart, redo all the thermal paste, redo all the pads, try to get the CPU and GPU sitting down properly because it was not installed properly. But this one is fixed up, definitely a strange one. And I'd love to know your thoughts on this one, and thanks for watching. Just kidding. Just kidding. All right, so that was a lot of rattling on and on and on and on and on and on and on. So, oh, I'm tired. I'm tired. So, I found that interesting. It's just different types of repairs. These things happen, it's not like just the same repair over and over again. I mean, sometimes it is. Sometimes I'm just like, all right, it's this one again. But, it was kind of cool to see a kind of a different animal, So, I don't think we need to start another one unless we want to do another one. I don't know. But what time is it? We've got 20 minutes. So we can just hang out if you want. I can show you something else. What else? I was going to show you something else. What was it? Gosh, I feel like there was something I was going to show. Oh, I have something. Someone sent me this. Someone named LC, and I couldn't figure out who LC is. So LC, if you're in the chat, raise your hand. I appreciate it. So LC sent me this, and he's a woodworker. And so he made me an oak with, let's see, this is a cup holder, a coaster. It's oak with ebony, and he signed it. Let's see. It's hard for me to read it, but isn't that cool? Very nice. He sent me a little note. I know you don't like too many words. See, Elsie watches the stream. Oh, used another power supply from another notebook, and I wanted to, let's see, if it caused problems. She said I need a laptop. It worked for a little bit, and then it died. I replaced the motherboard. You may do a live stream for science on this. Oh, that's a different one. Yeah. But this was a different note that goes with it. But yeah, anyway, that's pretty cool. Pretty cool. So, what else was I going to show off here? I don't know. Let me think about that. Oh, we do have all of our components too. We can do. Check the battery connector on the board. Did you check the battery connector on the board? Well, the battery connector on the board is working with their battery. So with their battery and their battery connector, there's no heat at all. Mine was spiking, but at the same time, me thinking about it, whenever I had it plugged in, it was actually maybe not plugged in all the way. Maybe that's what I'm thinking. Battery from the power supply or battery spike. Should we make a battery spike meter right now? Oh, that would be sick. We have to figure out how to, should we make a spike power battery meter for this? All right, let's do it. I'm doing it. Okay, so what we need a donor board. So we need to steal this connector off of here. So we need to take that connector off, and then we'll have something to plug into. And then we just need another battery cable that we can cut. And then we need to be able to pass it over, and we can plug it into spike. And so it's kind of like what I did here. So this is a USB, just an extension, USB extension cord. But what I did is I cut the power line, the actual 20 volt line on this, and then I just hooked these power plugs to it, which you're not going to really plug a charger through it, but it allows me to plug my spike power meter through this cable, and then I can actually monitor a USB power through this. Fake battery cables are good. Oh, you can turn it into a monster. Let me see if I have any battery cables that are the same that I can cut, because I don't have tons of those cables sitting around. I have some in stock, but I hate cutting in stock ones. I'd rather cut ones that are old and ugly. Old and moldy, Let me see, I'm just going to dig through this box here. I got all sorts of batteries. This might work. Where does this go to? Oh, this is a test battery for an old 90. Oh, this is an old ass battery. I don't think it's the right connector though. 9560 battery. Got tons of these batteries. Okay, does this have the same connector? I don't want to plug this in because this battery doesn't go to it, but I'm just trying to find a connector that's the same. Okay, so we need it to be a lot smaller than that. I don't have any of those cables right here. What about this cable? So the idea, we're just trying to make it where we can actually plug or see the current going from the battery. So that kind of plugs in. That's not the right one. Do I have the battery cable in stock? Might as well just grab one from stock if I'm going to do all this. So it'd be an M15R4, or I think it's the same battery cable for a lot of different ones. Yeah, I mean, discarded batteries, a lot of times we pull the cables off. That's the thing. I mean, I can check in one of these bins I have and see if I can dig through there. Let me see if I can look for M15R4 cable. I don't know. Let's do battery cable. I don't remember what they're called. I can just pull the part number off this battery. How's that? Be even smarter. I'm gonna scan it. $6. All right. And I have 37 of them, so I can afford to Frankenstein one of these. So let me go grab one of these from the warehouse. We can cut it, and we can use that instead. So it's a 302J5, 302J5. 302J5. Oh, I need to figure out where that's located. You guys want to come with me? You want to come? 302J5. It's located in W1. W1. Let's see if we can get the camera working on this. If I can just take you with me. Let's see. I'm just going to do this. See, kind of works. Let me see if I can get a better view. Floor thermal. Trying to remember how I have this set up here. Big flare. What if I turn it? There we go. So you can kind of see that, but it's sideways. How do I make it where it's not sideways? I need to lock this camera view. I don't want you guys to get sick, so I'll try to stay as still as I can. Sorry, basically what I'm doing is I'm taking the cell phone and I have it casting the cell phone view on there, but I need to rotate it, but I need to lock the rotation here. Maybe if I just start filming and then it will lock it, right? There you go. There we go. Look at that. Okay, get ready. What was the number again? 302J5? 302J5, and it's in W1. Has everyone got it? Are we ready? We're going. All right, so we're going, and oh, I need to move my microphone cable, or else you're not gonna be able to hear me out there in the warehouse. There we go. Okay, we're ready. Okay, so you guys can see my setup here. There you go. That's where I'm sitting. And you can see all the motherboards. And this is the store. People have been here, they've seen the store, but not everyone's seen it. This is just a couple technicians work here. And I don't have any lights on, but that's some laptops for sale. I have an old arcade machine in here. And my laptop museum. Look at these guys. I can turn on the light for you so you can see it better. These are old laptops I got. So these are, that's 2007. There's a 2005, 2003, 2002. Here's a 99. Here's a 1996, 1995, and then that's my 1991 that we have taken apart for another video that we've worked on. Oops. And then we got some other 2007, 6, 7. There's an old Rugged from 2007. Pretty cool. All right, 302J5, is that what it was? I don't remember. All right, we're going out to the warehouse. All right, so we got so many parts, so many parts. So these are all motherboards right here, laptop motherboards. We got screens, back covers, bezels, all this stuff for all the different parts. And basically I just set them up. They're all basically individually boxed, or you have separate tabs for everything because there's so many parts, and it's like, if I was gonna try to buy bins for everything, it's too hard. This is W1 here, and these are all battery cables. So I needed a 301 something, 302, I mean. 302. 302. I don't remember. Oh, there it is. 302J5. All right, there we go. 302J5. All right, so there we go. So we got our cable. Now we're, but it's about 14,000 square feet, so it's not huge, but shipping's in the back. So basically we have it where you pull all the parts up here, you walk all the way to the back and ship it. And then the other side of the warehouse is all the stuff coming in. So these are all shipments that are coming in, and then I got all of my workers in the middle, and they're processing and testing and doing all that stuff. Like, see all these black Gaylords, those are all just got delivered, bunches from a semi, stuff from Dell. So, but we do have our cable now. And now all the lights are on in here. All right. There we go. Did that work out? We've done this before in the past. It's just we haven't done it in a while, so figured that would be kind of fun to do. Okay. Okay, so our plan is we're trying to create a new battery meter that we just thought up on the stream out of nowhere. And so now I just took it apart from stock. So this is brand new from Dell. I just voided the warranty apparently by peeling this sticker. This is the Dell sticker. Cut the battery cable, and we're just going to create some sort of pass-through system. I need to hydrate, you're right. Yeah, thank you. Those laptops in the museum, do they work? Some of them do, actually. Some of them work just fine. Yeah. Okay. All right, so this is the side we actually need. It's the side that plugs in the motherboard itself that we're going to be stealing this part from. So we're going to steal this connector here. And then we're going to have this connector here. And so the idea would be that we could take a battery like this, and we'll be able to take this connector off this board and we'll plug it in here. Then we'll have a wire. It will come through a little sensing unit and then come back out and come back to this wire. And then we can plug this in here. So it becomes a pass-through, and then it allows us to measure how much current's coming out of the battery at any given moment, and that will also actually add like another testing thing. Now you would have to do a different one for every single machine because they have different connection, but it'd be fun to just try it out. This was one of your better tours. Oh, really? I didn't really, it wasn't too detailed, but maybe the lights were on. So it's Sundays that we have skylights in the warehouse. So Sunday during the day it's lit up, but when we go at night on Wednesday nights, it's kind of hard to walk around. So I'm going to cut this, man. If the battery you choose has power, be careful. Well, this cable is not connected to anything, so I can cut whatever I want. Cut wherever, whenever I want. Maybe I'll do it right here at the end because it's already spread apart. Smarty pants. Bzz. Bzz. Okay. All right, and so whenever you're cutting wires or trying to shred back wires, you don't want to cut across. So who's an electrician here? Do we cut like this to try to cut the shielding off, or do we cut like this? Who's an electrician? So we cut long ways, because then we can peel the shielding back without cutting into the wires themselves. I should have cut the wires live. No live wires. I love how these wires are all different colors. Super helpful. Lengthwise. Lengthwise, that's right. Now I've seen people cut them the other ways. All right, so we don't need all these wires. So I can tell you what these wires are, just so you can know. But we'll have, here, I'll get under here. We're gonna have 4 wires. Well, it depends on the battery, but we're gonna have 4 wires that are ground, 4 wires that are positive. So maybe that's not this one, the setup. So there's gonna be 3 wires that are positive and 3 wires that are ground. So I'll pull those over, pull those over. And then we're going to have a data clock, and the data clock's usually on the positive. So if this is the positive side, I have no idea if it is, but let's just say these are all positive. Then we'll have data clock, and then we'll have, it skips this one. I think this is a temperature, but skips that one. And then this is present, and that's tied to ground. So whenever you plug it in, then this gets grounded out and says the battery's plugged into the machine. So the battery will not flow any voltage without that grounded out. But I love that they're all color coded here. So if we come to this side, it's still color coded, but all I have to do is do this. We're going to plug it in here. This board it's not connected to anything. And then this is our positive, right? So we see that they're going 1, 2, 3 lines coming here. So what color are those? Black, brown, and red are going to be our positive lines. And then these, oh, it actually has 4 grounds. But that might be the batteries present then, maybe. Well, regardless, we got 4 here. So we're going to do these 4 together, those 3 together, and then these middle ones, we're going to have to pass those through. That's right. So we're still have to do a pass through on those. So it's colored like a Cat 5 cable. Okay, so what did we say? So it's going to be these 3 together. It's weird how like the red one looks beefier than this brown one. And there's those 4 together, right? Gray, yellow, orange, red. Gray, yellow, orange, red. Yep. Your current meter will need to be able to read negative too. Ooh. Interesting. Huh. I think I've made it where you can't do negative. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. So what he's saying is that, so we're trying to wire this up so we can, view it on this screen right here, on this spike power meter. And I have it set up where it only has positive numbers. If it tries to go negative, it actually just zeroes itself out. And so we would need to have it where it goes negative. The reason why I made it where it wouldn't go negative is because I would have this issue where I was sitting at a 0 state, and sometimes it would sit there and pulse down to negative, like a -0, like 0, -0, something like that. So I'm not 100% that I can't go negative, but I'd have to change the code if I mean, however it is. It was just a line of code that basically says if it's a negative, then make it not negative. So maybe it will read it as a positive number. I think maybe it just removes the negative symbol. I don't know. I can't remember how I wrote it. I know I did something. So we'll just start out by getting these all shredded back here. And then I need to remove that connector, and I'm going to solder all these directly over there, and then we're just going to piggyback. We're going to pull these off of here. Oh gosh, okay, let me think about this. So I'm going to hook these together so I know which one's what. And get some heat shrink tubing. Now I like that these things are all spread out in the exact kind of orientation that they're supposed to be when they're connected to the connector. But I want to make sure that I keep them kind of bundled together. These aren't going to fit on there. Maybe I just kind of need to be vigilant. I don't know. Frank and Doctor. Frank and Dell. All right, we know these are all grounds. That's fine. So we're going to be testing this on a live battery. Probably should test it on that crappy battery. Not the aftermarket, but the one that keeps shutting off. So that way we know it can just shut off when it needs to, because it's not good enough. But I don't know how I want to connect the thing yet. Okay, so we have them all shredded. Let's go ahead and tin all the wires. So we need to pre-tin all these so we can get them ready for solder. And so I don't want them frayed up. Now these are all going to be connected together, so we can actually connect them all together. Because I'm trying to think of how I want to do this, because we need to have those together anyway. These are going to be individuals. I'm going to cut them a little shorter after I tin them. All right, so we're going to flux them, and then we will add solder to them. I just don't want any frayed wires. Come on. There we go. Ding dong. Another option would instead put a shunt resistor and use a Hall effect to read the absolute values. Yeah. So I can, like an ant clamp, but then you can't see it on the screen. I'm like trying to just make it where we can show up on the screen. Yeah, because I just could run an amp clamp through it anyway, because that's easier without having to do a pass-through. You know? So I'm adding a little bit of flux, and then we're going to tin them with some solder. Solder. Should twist the strands before soldering. That's what I was trying to do. I don't want to twist them too much. But what I like to do here is that basically I'm going to add solder, and then I'm going to end up cutting the ends off. So I usually will do it like this. Come on, get over there. Can y'all see that? My microscope's slow again. Let me reboot my microscope. Hold on. Sometimes my microscope camera gets slow. So that must be, hopefully that's faster, I don't know. I'm going to experiment with going to 60 frames per second, but it's just a pain. I'm only going to be able to do 2K probably, 2K 60 instead of 4K. So right now I'm doing 4K 30, and on the streams is actually only 1080p 30. But on my videos I'm doing 4K, but I'm not going to be able to do 4K on that. So I don't know which we want more, 4K or 60. Because 60 frames per second is less cinematic. And you know, I'm so cinematic. Oh, God, I can't breathe. The silicone mat sucker. Sucker. Don't cut the red wire. So these are the data and clock lines in the middle here, which we're just going to act as pass-throughs. Oh, that's hot. All right. So now we'll do these last. Such a weird idea. We'll see if this is even useful, because it would be useful like only certain circumstances. Now we could see the current draw when it's in the diagnostics already, but we want to see it's the startup process and seeing it like if it's going through different startup phases, like we are going through the power meter or through the charger wall charger. Oh my god. Stop it. It's attracting itself together. Get away from that. All right. Good. Good. I don't want to solder them together because I'm going to have to solder them to each one of these pins anyway. And by soldering them together, it's going to make it harder. But what you want to do is you want to do that, and then you want to cut them down to be all the same length, and then they're cleaner. So once we get them together, now they're going to go like that. I probably should have had all these together to do that. Like those are the ones I'm not connecting. Okay. So these. Bucko. There we go. I don't know. What did I get myself into? I might have to do this later. I don't know. Because each one of these pins are going to be soldered on there. Like this. These are going to how they're going to be soldered onto this connector. Like that. And then these are they're going to be the ones I'm going to bypass. And I got to run these through a shunt and then back around. Run these through a shunt and then come back over to these connectors over here. So I could solder all these pins together, make it one big giant solder blob, and then have a big wire that comes through a shunt and then solder these together. That's probably what I'll do. Don't flux around. Oh, it's 105. Oh yeah, sure is. Shoot. Okay. All right, I'll deal with that later. But we at least have something started. Oh man, I'm tired. Okay, so I'll mess with this later. I may have it ready or may not. I have so much stuff going on with everything. One of the positive ones in the meter will have to be jumped anyway, yeah. So I'm thinking like if I just kind of merge all those three together and then merge all the three together on the pins and then have it go through like that, I think that should carry enough. Where will it connect to spikes? So I'll show you, like, let me see if I can turn this camera. Okay, so right now, I have it set up where this, because I don't even have spike really built still. It's still just like this guy. This is what my spike meter looks like still. Like I built this thing as my first prototype and I've been using it ever since, even though now I've built better ones, but I don't even use one. Premise has one. But basically, here's the ESP32, here's the data and clock lines, and then this is the actual shunt. And so I have these two lines where I basically plug a charger into it. So I'll have this line comes through here. And then now I can plug this into the laptop. But instead I plug it into this power meter right here, which is the old style, where it's just analog, or just so I can see it here. And so I can see it on my desk here, and then this one comes back out and comes over to the board that we work on. But whenever I'm doing the pass-through for the USB-C, which is this style, this plugs into a USB charger right here. That plugs into a USB charger. And then I use these two wires, and these aren't really used like passing the current through like a normal plug, but I'm using it as just a little pass-through system, a whip of one point, some way of saying it. And then now it's basically going through this and then coming back out, and then it comes over here. So now I have USB. So it would be similar to the way I'm doing this USB-C, where I basically have the battery plugs in here, and then the battery would plug in here, or the motherboard would plug into that, and then I would just have the positive being going through this little whip. We'll probably just end up using the two 7.4s again. I think having not 7.4 plugs would be safer because you don't want to plug a charger into this. That's not what it's for. It's just, I use that because these were already there. And so I was just kind of following that pattern. But if I just had like XT60s or 30 plugs, that could work too. Anyway, I think I'm tired. Tired, guys. Tired. So do you use a shunt? Yeah, it's a shunt that's on there. So this has a shunt on it. It's going to be one of these, I don't have one sitting here, but basically there's a shunt resistor in this little board, and then it's communicating with the ESP32. Oh, can you tell real time to fix something you did? Didn't you, wait. Oh, what are we talking about here? I don't know. I'm like zonked, people. It's been 4 hours and something. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. Did y'all want to do just chatting a little bit? We already were doing just chatting, I guess, because we're messing with this. But y'all want me to answer some questions? Oh, let's see. What was your first? Best food on the vacation. Okay, there you go. There's something. So I am one of these people, like I don't even like seafood per se, but what I do is I eat the culture. So whatever the culture is feeding me, I'm eating it. And if the chef says it's good, I eat it. Okay, so I had swordfish, did not like it. I don't think the restaurant was very good with that. There was a lot of clams that were being eaten. I don't like clams either. Cyborg, thanks for the Coolest Fans membership. Also, I think it was pasta probably, because we were right next to Italy, so there was a lot of pasta. So I had this one pasta that I had like a spaghetti type of noodle, but then it was like the sauce was very simple, which I don't know what it was, what type of sauce. I don't even know the name of it. So, but I think it was probably a pasta I liked the most. And then there was these little tacos that were sea bass tacos that I really liked. They were like miniature little sea bass tacos. Oh, and there was a really good ceviche that I had, and I love ceviche. So. Those were my favorite. H-E-B sells swordfish. Do they really? Well, the swordfish I had it had so many bones in it, and I don't like digging out fish bones when I'm eating fish. It doesn't make me happy. It makes me not happy, actually. It's like, I just don't like it. So, I'm not a big fan of prawns either, or shrimp. My wife cooks shrimp all the time, and then I'm like, I'll eat it because my wife's the chef, so I do what I can. And but I just don't like them, and my body doesn't like them more. Add TDP switch and switch between charging and discharging. That's a good idea. Okay, if I need to, right? Because it should just be able to trigger. But yeah, so that actually could be a good way of doing it. One thing to avoid abroad is don't go where the tourists go. Oh, is that the trick? Is to only go to the place where the real people live? Not where the tourists go. We were more or less in a touristy area, I guess, because we were like right on the ocean. So there was, but we would go deeper in there and watch or eat some other stuff. Looks like I was wrong. I can read negative current. Okay. Yeah, I know it shows negative current, but I just don't know it's correct. And we could try by just like switching the voltage, I guess. But live with Nate in the kitchen with his wife. The best fish on the lake is a duck. That's pretty funny. Lake fish I've never been a fan of either. I mean, I just don't like fish that much in general. I got traumatized as a kid eating a lot of, my dad would do deep sea fishing and stuff, but going out to catch that fish was not fun on a small little boat. How long did it take for you to successfully fix a board that took the longest time? Shoot. There's some that take 15 hours, but once you figure it out, you figure it out. That's the thing. Because it's normally, like, I know I'm getting close, and then you just kind of keep setting it aside. That's generally how you do it. So I've had some for a month where I basically told the customer, like, hey, I mean, right now it's not fixed. I don't know what it is, and I've tried this stuff, and I've tried 20 chips, 30 chips. You're trying different scenarios, and you finally figure it out. So I would say 15, 20 hours is probably one of the longer fixes. So it's all for science. Wishbones are always worried. I'm always worried to choke on wishbones, fish bones. I've had fish bones actually stuck in my throat before. That's, I think, what's got me kind of, Do you like sardines? No. I don't like that fishy flavor. I don't. I mean, I like tuna. I like salmon. I like sushi. I eat tons of sushi. I like fish that don't taste like fish. Do I like fish sticks? No, I don't like fish sticks. I'll eat fish and chips. I'm okay with fish and chips. But fish, I mean, and sure, fish sticks are probably okay. I mean, I remember having fish sticks as a kid and just not liking the tartar sauce and all that type of stuff. Do I run off a server in the shop? So we have a server in our shop that I haven't updated in years. Like, we use it for like storage. It's just like it has a RAID in it, and then we store files on it. But I'm telling you, it's freaking old. Like, I have a newer one that I was setting up to replace it as. This server has a Pentium D in it. So it's like a 2008 machine or something. I don't know what it is, but I don't have issues with it. It just runs. It doesn't have to run. It's not crunching numbers or anything. It's just data. It's like more of a NAS server. But I built a new one, and that's running something that's a little bit newer, a little stronger. But yeah, we don't run any tasks on it. Long John Silver's, you remember that? Hush puppies. We're gonna need a hush puppy. I can handle that. Nate, go home and get some rest. Thank you. I definitely will go get some rest. My Monday is going to be fun. Cannibalizing a main board for a 49-inch Samsung TV display that cracked and install another one for the main board. Sounds like fun. I've still never opened the TV before. Hard to eat fish that's called crap. Is there crap fish? Crepe. I guess it's pronounced crepe fish? Crap fish? If it smells, then it's not fresh. The next time, go to Portugal and eat some fish. Well, I can tell you, and then like oysters. Do you guys eat like oysters? I don't eat oysters because I've eaten oysters at the Texas Gulf Coast before in a sketchy restaurant, and I got sick within an hour, front and backs, everywhere you go. Really bad. And then I went to France and went to a very fine restaurant in France. This was a long time ago. And my wife was like, you probably just ate bad oysters, so let's eat it at a really nice restaurant. I was out for a day and a half on that trip. I could not leave the bathroom. So I can't eat oysters. I don't know what it is. What's the most dramatic moment you can remember at your workbench? Oh, these are weird questions. Dramatic moment. I don't know. Like whenever it started smelling like burning when it was running off the battery just now. I had a pretty big explosion on a board one time with fire sparks out the back. I saw that. That was pretty dramatic. I don't know. Those are hard questions. You just retired an X56 or 58 server. Not running firmware on that server. That was from South Park. Oh, do you like fish sticks? You're a gay fish. Oh, okay. I watched South Park like when I was like a teenager. But isn't that funny how long ago that was? Wishing for some good sleep. The Long John Silver's on Burnett Road is not there anymore. It was there. Not there anymore. I don't think so, right? Didn't it turn into like a Panda Express or something? Panda Express, which I've never been to Panda Express before either. I don't know why. On AliExpress, an LBA1 Pro battery analyzer is $628. That's kind of expensive. I bought an LBA a long time ago for $200 and something, $250. I have an allergy to prawns. So I can't eat them, but you love them. Okay, well, I must have an allergy from them too, because they definitely don't cooperate with my body. If they're fried or heavily cooked, they're fine, but if it's just like that lightly steamed or whatever, I don't, yeah. Your videos help me fix a laptop. I work on ham amplifiers. Oh, cool. Awesome. Atlantic Coast, that is. Okay, I don't eat oysters. I only eat clams, New England style clams. Good old New England style clams. Escargot. I do like escargot. We didn't end up eating. Oh, that's what happened to you in escargot? Okay. I've never had an issue with escargot. And we were going to eat some on this trip, but we ended up not doing that. Always eat the locals eat, not the fancy buildings. But the locals will eat weird stuff sometimes. What about scallops? I do like scallops. Scallops are good, but I've eaten too many. What about bed bugs? You're killing me. Sometimes it carries disease, fire, and acid spills. No acid spills. A little bit of fire. Bad moment. Burning oneself. I've burned myself. I've had, actually, a long time ago, I had a inverter from a LCD screen. Was, you know, it was like 300 to 500 volts trying to light the CCFL bulb, and it shocked me. Burned a little hole in my hand. Okay, I'm gonna go home and take a nap. Yeah, everyone's saying take a nap. Okay, I'm done. Anyway, I appreciate everybody coming out today. I don't know if it was super cool, but we did have a repair that I've never seen before, so I thought that was kind of nice to be able to experience a MOSFET that was partially shorted, causing a lot of heat. The other one we were able to fix. It does turn on. Unfortunately, the GPU is bad, but you can't win them all, but at least it has a functioning system. I want to thank Tom for sending that in, and Igor for sending this one in, and all the mods who are in the chat helping out with keeping everything clean. Thank you for that. Thanks for the donations to the stream. I did have a good trip, and hopefully I will get enough rest so next Wednesday we'll be ready to go. And if you did miss it, I ordered a pre-Dell Alienware that should be arrived this week. So next Sunday will be our next, or no, I guess we have Wednesday stream, and the next Sunday we'll actually work on this pre-Alienware Dell that is broken. So I have no idea what's wrong with it, but never worked on one before. We'll have to make a power supply for it. We'll have to do all sorts of stuff to get it working. But anyway, well, thank you everyone, and hope you have a good weekend, and thanks for watching.